for any matter to the superintendent for review or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. Protocols for speakers. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on agenda and non-agenda items within the subject matter of their jurisdiction must complete a speaker's form and submit it to the executive secretary to the superintendent before the meeting is called to order. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Speakers who have complaints against board members or staff are encouraged to seek resolution to those complaints by using RIM of the World Unified School District written complaint procedure rather than orally addressing them at a meeting. The board will not respond to such complaints until the applicable complaint procedure BP/AR 1312.1 has been followed and has reached the board level. Where a complaint concerns a district employee identifiable by name, position, or other facts, the board cannot respond until proper written notice has been given to the employee pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Decorum. The governing board is interested in the ideas and opinions of all stakeholders and endeavors to incorporate community views into its deliberations and decisions. At the same time, it must be able to conduct its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code Section 54957.9, audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law. The public's understanding and cooperation are appreciated. So, 8.2 public comments. We've got Sydney McCook. And Mrs. McCook is representing teachers everywhere on the topic class size.
Very quiet. All right, I'm going to pull a Carol real quick, and I just want to take 5 seconds to publicly thank Bethany Neggersmith. She is the best admin I've ever had, and it needs to be said in a public setting that she supports all her students and staff in her care. Okay, for realsies this time. Let me just pull it up. Okay, hi, my name is Sydney McCook. You should probably know me by now. But if you don't, I teach a TK kindergarten combo class at Valley of Enchantment Elementary School. And I have good news for you guys. I figured out how to solve all the district's problems. Yay. 3 words, class size reduction. Okay, first, oh, the timer's not going.
No, it is the time. Charles, would you be able to get the timer going, possibly?
I time myself, it should take 3 minutes. But...
Okay, then that's good. No worries. Okay, cool.
Sorry, okay. First, smaller class sizes improve student outcomes, including test scores. If I had $1 for every time I had to analyze our suffering test scores in a staff meeting, I could afford to live comfortably on my current salary. Research consistently shows students in smaller classes perform better academically, particularly in the early grades. With fewer students, teachers can provide tailored feedback, adapt lessons to meet individual needs, and address learning gaps before they grow larger. This is especially critical for ELs and LTELs, long-term English language learners, who need focused support to build language skills and confidence. Inclusion, big topic, is another area where class size matters. Fewer students make it easier to create an environment where every child, regardless of ability, background, or language, feels seen, heard, and supported. This means smoother integration for students receiving special services and fewer unnecessary referrals to special education. Large classrooms can misidentify students for special services simply because their needs are not being met. Smaller class sizes also address behavioral needs. More students lead to more disruptions, leaving little room for proactive interventions. And smaller classroom teachers can guide students effectively, fostering a positive environment where every child feels supported. Who better to support a child than someone who's with them every single day, sometimes more than their own parents? Lastly, smaller class sizes significantly reduce teacher stress. Managing 25, 30, or even more students is overwhelming. With fewer students, teachers can focus on what they do best, teaching, and provide personalized instruction to help each child succeed. So here are the numbers in our district. Kindergarten and first grade classes can have up to 28 students. Second and third grades, 29, 4 through 6, 33, 7 through 12, up to 37. SDC classes have a maximum of 12 students, but often climb to 15, 17. That's how I love seeing 17. When I read those numbers to my husband, I was practicing my speech, and he did not, let's just say he didn't have words that I can repeat here at the board meeting. I invite any of you right up here, so Ethan, he's good on my vote. I invite any of you to try teaching a kindergarten class with 28 students, an SDC class on their way to 17 with TK through 5th grade, or a class of 35 preteens. And I would love to see your test scores and blood pressure afterwards. We jam-pack classrooms and then wonder why these problems persist. Now is the time for the school board to act. Instead of spending on costly programs or superficial fixes, we must prioritize smaller class sizes. This is more than a financial investment. It's an investment in the well-being of our teachers, the potential of our students, and the strength of our schools. The solution is clear. Let's put resources where they matter most, in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see here. 8.3, Rand Teachers Association representative and the California School Employees Association. I saw Mrs. Markovich.
Hello, is it on? No, red light, there you go. Hello. I was here all day today, for a great inclusion steering committee meeting. It was really good. I'm feeling hopeful that we will be able to address some of the problems we've been having. Inclusion, with inclusion, it's not gonna be perfect, but I'm feeling much more hopeful, about inclusion in the upcoming years. Something I am concerned about is the upcoming application for the Arrowhead Sports Academy. I haven't seen their presentation, and I look forward to chatting with them, but I don't know how a charter would not become a financial burden on our district. Even with the best of intentions, with a charter comes a lot of mandates on our district. I also don't see how a public charter can offer something that our public schools don't already offer. We have an incredible virtual academy and incredible sports programs that children from the virtual academy can participate in. Most of our sports teams regularly go to CIF. And actually right now there's a wrestling tournament at senior night at the high school. We're missing it. We're here. Yeah, Scott, I was a little surprised Scott didn't call in sick to the board meeting. Okay. But I just wish more families in the mountain would give our virtual academy a try. So, well, I mean, we'll see the application and what they can show about not being a burden on our finances, but I'm very concerned about that. And I wish more families would give RVA a try. Finally, I know the county is concerned that our budget shows a future of deficit spending. But I've been teaching in the district 20 years, and the budget reports always show us in future years having a deficit spending. And what I've seen is at the end of the year, the money we carry over always ends up being far more than expected, and it always ends up being fine every year. Plus, the projected COLA is not the doom and gloom that we at first thought it was going to be. And also, the bond did pass, which I know can't go towards teachers' salaries or class size reduction, but it will relieve some financial burdens. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That report that showed future deficit spending was not at all alarming. I've seen it every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Is there anybody here to represent CSEA, speak on CSEA's behalf? Moving on then to 9, reports and presentations. Earlier, before we went to closed session, we voted on changing the agenda so that we have 9.0. We're going to ask for the student representative report with Ethan Smith from the World High School.
On the spot. That was earlier than expected. All right. Let's get into it. Starting with the elementary schools. VOE is so excited to hear that our generator is now up and running. Next week, VOE students and staff will be taking part in the Great Kindness Week with fun activities and themed spirit days. VOE's PTA is excited to be hosting the Glow Dance this Friday, the 24th. Grab your neon gear and join in the excitement. CHE gives a huge shout out to our amazing maintenance department for their speedy work in getting our generator up and running again. Thank you for keeping us powered up. CHE is also gearing up for Kindness Week with the Great Kindness Challenge. We will see how many compliments we can spread throughout our school. Get ready to make someone's day. Our incredible PTA has a lineup of fun events and spirit days planned that our students won't want to miss. Maybe we can get that Great Kindness Challenge up at the high school. We can look into that. LAE has done a mid-year goal setting workshop in which we set school-wide math and ELA goals, and the students are working hard to achieve the goals in their classes. Classes and students have also been working on personal mission statements that are turning out wonderfully. We are looking forward to the kickoff of Read Across America next month. Moving on to MPH. Kudos to 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Arnaro. Thank you for that. For setting up a Zoom visit from a park ranger from Olympic National Park. She did a presentation focusing on black and grizzly bears. Shout out to our co-teacher, Mrs. Palmer, who shared that the students were totally engaged and also got a nice Q&A opportunity. This was the launch into informational writing and research. Every Girl Counts meets on Wednesday, January 22nd at MPH, and had an amazing time creating their Valentine-inspired mosaic art projects. Our high-impact tutoring program is still going strong with continuous attendance and support. MPH is working on launching our new 6th grade science lab and STEAM workshop. MPH has scheduled some fun events such as dances, and a PTA fundraiser coming soon. Please stay tuned. Moving on to Mountain High School. We are thrilled to share that 3 interested MHS students are looking into RYLA, the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards. Can we get a clap for that? RYLA is also sponsored by Rotary International. RYLA is a remarkable program that empowers young leaders to develop their skills, connect with peers, and engage in community service. We can't wait to see the incredible experiences and insights our students will bring back to inspire our community. We are equally thrilled to host our Real Talk sessions with all students next Thursday, where our students and staff shall come together to review our Smarty goals for our 3 credit check season and see who's earned an invite to next Friday's credit check celebration. We are very proud of all of our equals efforts. Lastly, MHS would like to give RHS a shout out for being the brother or sister school to us in times of power outage peril. Just today, RHS was able to host our entire school for the day. We appreciate you, Rim High School. Let's get a clap for that. Moving on to RVA. RVA gives a huge shout out to our amazing teachers, staff, parents, and students who went above and beyond during power outages and school closures to ensure students kept on track with their emails, assignments, and communications with their teachers. Talk about Mountain Strong. We are thrilled to share that 2 interested RVA students are looking into RYLA, the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards. Let's get a clap for that. A lot of RYLA this season. RYLA is, again, a remarkable program that empowers young leaders to develop their skills, connect with peers, and engage in community service. We can't wait to see the incredible experiences and insights our students will bring back to inspire our community. And here's the best part. Rim of the World High School. Next week on Thursday and Friday, RHS will host its second annual Days of Understanding. This program consists of nationally recognized speaker Keith Hawkins coming to RHS and engaging our students in building connections across campus. Last year was a huge success, and we are looking forward to doing it again. Last Friday, RHS hosted San Bernardino County Office of Emergency Services in a community distribution. Multiple agencies set up in the RHS PSC and provided supplies and information to residents impacted by power outages. Over 600 households visited the event. Winter sports are coming to a close, and we have multiple teams in the playoff hunt. Spring sports are right around the corner, with our first games being just in a few weeks. On Tuesday, the 21st, our seniors participated in our second annual college application celebration. We had over 50 seniors participate in this exciting event where they marched the halls and were treated to a Jersey Mike's lunch. Congratulations to our seniors for taking this exciting step. And with that, we end the school report.
Thank you, Ethan. Fantastic. Okay, now moving on to 9.1, governing board members. Anybody want to kick this off?
I guess I'll start. I just wanted to say, well, first, wrestling is having their final duel. They only have a few duels, so I'm sorry I can't make that one, but I wanted to congratulate Joey Dorsey, the head coach. He had his first child, so congratulations to him. I think he's only about 6 days old. So hopefully he's strapped up and there with Joey. At the meet. I wanted to make comments as I usually do. You know, we're a small district. Our funds are capped all the time. I think we could all do a little benefit in contacting our state representatives that they would fund our schools accordingly. We are totally underfunded. And if we could get our state to fund the way they should fund, we would be a lot better off with our district. We definitely have a lot that we miss out on as a result of that. And I won't go into that too much, but I wanted to give, you know, I pay attention to all the Friday updates and stuff. And I have to say all our schools are so involved. And my background is sports and teaching PE but I noticed that all our schools are run much like a sports program. They expect excellence and they are always supportive and working towards that end goal and really helpful with all their students and staff. And so I appreciate that with everybody. I think we have a wonderful district, all staff involved. And I also wanted to make an announcement. I've been working with Mr. Gomes in the back over there. Mr. Gomes and I are working on something to help with MPH with the perfect attendance. And with the perfect attendance, the students that receive perfect attendance from month to month will be rewarded with certain, I should say, rewards. One is like, we have a restaurant that signed up to give them a meal when they go there with their parent that they'll be able to eat for free. We have some other things in the works. The one that's set right now that's going to be really awesome is the students that meet perfect attendance for the semester are going to get a free pass to Sky Park. So they'll receive that if they have perfect attendance. And not only do they get a free pass, they'll also get 2-day passes to take a couple friends with them if they chose to do so. So I just wanted to make that announcement on behalf of Mr. Gomes and MPH. And if there's any businesses out there that would like to help with that or be a part of that and rewarding our students for their hard work, I welcome you to contact Mr. Gomes at MPH. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Brown.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Jordan, want to go?
Sure, yeah, I'll keep it quick because I know we got a lot of reports and presentations on the docket for tonight. Yeah, just a note on the finances. The governor did release his January budget proposal. It's a mixed bag of things, some positive things, some negative things, some things that are questionably constitutional that we talked about or heard about. Governor suspended Prop 98 a couple of years ago, and by law is required to pay districts back, make them whole. And he's proposing to pay us back, but not make us whole. So there's some questionable things there. But I only bring that up because it is this, we're still in the midst of the legislative session, and there's a, since Cindy's not here, I'll fill in on legislative stuff here, but there's still a full month to introduce bills, this legislative session. We have a lot of new legislators, so we're expecting a lot of last minute introductions, as happens every year. So we could have a lot of new bills coming forth, and this is our time to advocate as a community. This is our time to advocate as a school board, to try to make changes for the better, especially for small rural districts like ours that often get left behind in legislation. So some positive things that I saw in there, there was a proposal, I don't know where it's going to end up, to reduce class size ratios for TK. So again, that's what Newsom's proposed, and that was the opening salvo, and we'll see where the state senate and assembly come together on that and negotiate with the governor. But that's another area of advocacy that we can talk about. I won't take up too much more on budget. I know that our community has also been facing a lot of tough power outages. In Arrowbear, I'm facing a third week of uncertainty of whether we have power, whether we don't have power. I haven't even replaced our groceries that went bad in our fridge, because why buy something if we might have another outage and it'll go bad again? So I'm thankful that we have working generators now, and we're working on solutions there. I'm thankful for Measure E that can help us get through this time and ultimately get reimbursed. So appreciate us as a community once again weathering natural disasters and related issues. So thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Bill?
Several things. First, I want to mention, I think our hearts go out to all those who have lost homes and businesses in the areas in the fires in Southern California. We just had another fire start in Cajon Pass that they got out quickly this afternoon. We're always vulnerable, and I think we especially can understand some of the pain that the people are feeling in Southern California. And it is very sad. And I mean, we've lost schools, churches, businesses, homes, thousands of homes. It's just unbelievable. I want to express some appreciation for Jackie Benson, our community outreach coordinator, and all the communication that she has been doing as she tries to keep our community informed. Of course, that's got to be hard when you don't have power, and you don't have internet. And so does the communication even get there? I'd love to hear what people are thinking about those communications, because I think they're really valuable, and I really appreciate what Jackie's doing. The power outages are, I think, a concern for all of us on the board and in the district. I want to express my appreciation to Dr. Sevillano and Jim Zimmer, who have been working on trying to get the generators for all of our schools. And I was there at VOE when they were working on the generator, and then said that they couldn't repair it a couple months back. And I said, this is not going to work. And so I appreciate that we continue to endeavor to get that generator up, and that we have plans and are actually working on the details for Lake Arrowhead Elementary. And it's just really important. It's frustrating because if one school goes down, we have to close the whole district. And I know that bothers people, and sometimes families don't understand that we're a full district, and with busing and all the other things that we have to close every school. None of us likes that. And I regularly get concerned about what that means for learning loss. But I appreciate what Dr. Sevillano and Jim Zimmer and others have done to get us up on generators for all of our schools. As Jordan mentioned, we're all watching the governor's budget. It appears the COLA might be 2.43, but pardon me, that's what it was again yesterday. We'll see where it actually ends up. However, there are some issues, and the governor's attempting to reduce the Proposition 98 funding, which is in law, and he has, as Jordan mentioned, borrowed some of those funds, and instead of paying back, and right now we're looking at him not giving us back $1.6 billion for education. That's no small number. I can just say that it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Had the privilege of seeing Ms. Rhodes at the Restaurant Depot recently as she was trying to make up for the lost food that had gotten damaged because of the power outages, and she was trying to get products that she needed. So it was good to see her there. I'm very hopeful that we will be able to develop an adult education program. I think that is really important, and the conversations with San Bernardino University, California State University at San Bernardino. There we go. I'm really hopeful of what we'll be able to do there, because I think we definitely can grow an adult education program on the mountain. Incidentally, Mr. Gomes, I like what I see coming from the staff of MPH with your professional learning community. So keep it up. I'm proud of that. I was close with this. We had the privilege of going to Florida for Christmas vacation right after Christmas. And we got to spend time at the Holmes Regional Medical Center Hilton Resort, which means Debbie was in the hospital for 9 days with pneumonia, and we're still struggling with the healing there. So it's been an interesting time. We got back in time just for another one of the electrical outings. So been a challenging first of the year for our school district as well as for the Mellinger family.
Thanks, Bill. Sorry about that. So I'll go ahead and make my speak my piece, keep it short because you hear my voice a lot tonight. Talking about the budget, we went to that budget meeting yesterday, so I'm going to add just a little bit to it. What happens is the governor comes out with their recommended budget, their plan in January. In May, it's May revised after having talked with legislatures and back and forth and negotiation. He revises his budget in May. And then over the next couple months, hopefully things get more solidified so that come June, middle of June, we have a definitive budget. And usually there's still modifications going on there. So the budget that we have now that we're looking at does not include his reaction to the ongoing fires. So we have funny numbers right now. But within those funding numbers, I was very happy to see that there is still funding available, at least at this point, for our food services to be able to provide free breakfast and lunch to our students. I think that's incredibly important. And again, talking about Lisa Rhodes, her department has done a beautiful job of really making a fantastic assortment of food available to our kids, and it seems like they're really enjoying it. So I appreciate that, and I'm happy to see that still funded. We're going to talk later today about what our experiences were at the California School Board Association conference. Tying that into what we heard yesterday with the budget, it's increasingly more frustrating over and over again to hear at the conference their school districts talking about, oh, we're doing all these amazing things, and just go ahead and include in your LCAP, it's fine. We don't have the money that other school districts have, and we are with recent shutdowns with generators. Other school districts don't have the needs for generators that we are finding that we need. And that's another expense that, while we had it written into our bond, it's going to be a new normal for us, potentially, for us to see these power outages day by day. I don't know. This is what Edison is telling us, but this is my assumption based on what we're experiencing. That hasn't historically been happening. So the reality is we have money that we need to spend in this area that we hadn't anticipated. And it's incredibly frustrating that part of what we receive in terms of funding is stipulated as opposed to us receiving the money to be able to say, go at it, spend the money the way that you wish. We have mandates in terms of programs that oftentimes are not funded, and we have to find the money to do that. ELOP is an incredibly important program, and we're doing a wonderful job, but year by year, funding is there for next year according to the governor's budget, but it is not written, it's not hardwired written into what we are going to receive. So we do a lot of creativity with what we receive, and it's incredibly frustrating because of the inequity in terms of what we get and what our expenses are compared to districts down the hill. Opportunity for advocacy as far as we are concerned and for the whole community, but we are getting underfunded, and we're doing amazingly well with what we are receiving, and it is a continual struggle. So more to speak about later on with that. I do want to say I was excited to know that Biden did sign the windfall elimination provision, the WEP GPO, the government pension offset, such that folks who have been certificated, who had also qualified for Social Security, will be able to get both their full pension along with their Social Security, which is really, I don't know, I'm excited, very excited, because it's something that's been very unfair that has been righted. So definitely worth applause. Ethan mentioned Every Girl Counts at MPH, that's Seroptimus program. We have really fantastic community groups that really do amazing things for our students. Rotary with Ryla, and I'm just incredibly grateful for what our community provides to our students. We have our community schools grant, and one of the things I know we're looking for is, again, community businesses to provide work opportunity for our students. We have funding through our community schools grant to be able to facilitate that. Just want to put that out there. I have a feeling Dr. Saviano is going to speak to it as well. But again, opportunity for the school district and our community members, especially business owners, to work together. Also involved with our community schools grant is there's a reading program set up for community members, seniors, to be able to read with our elementary students. I don't know if that's started yet. I think it was supposed to start next week with all the power outages. But our Crest Forest Seniors Program has opportunity for people to volunteer, and I believe it's happening across the mountain. So all 3 of our elementary schools are having this opportunity for community members to come and read with our students, which is beneficial for the volunteers, beneficial for our kids, and it's a program that is being funded through our community schools grant. Brief moment, let's talk about RILA. It's a Rotary Youth Leadership Association. So both my kids went through that program. It's offered in Crestline. It's camp, and it's fantastic, and the kids get to interact with student leaders from across the Southern California, and it's in our backyard, but it's not in their backyard. They get to come, those down the hill kids come up and go to mountain camp, and meanwhile there's all sorts of phenomenal activities and interactions, and Rotary does a great job. So it's great to hear that RILA is happening, and even our middle school students are participating. So very, very exciting, and Happy New Year, everybody. And with that, I'm going to close off my comments and move on to 9.3. Superintendent Dr. Paul Saviano. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so actually 9.2 is the governing members report on, so we're doing our CSBA report right now. Helps if I put on my glasses. So 9.2, governing board members report out California School Board Association Annual Education Conference, CSBA. So in December, several of us went to San Diego and attended the CSBA annual conference, and there were several breakout sessions that we attended, and this is our opportunity to report out and discuss amongst ourselves what we saw, what we learned, what we experienced. So does anybody want to start that out? Oh, pardon? Oh, yes, okay. And that the conference was in Anaheim this year, and it was a very, very beneficial, and a lot was learned. I can go ahead and get started, but I do need to get my iPad going. Actually, if somebody else wants to start, if you're ready. The one thing.
I'll start, because
Yeah.
I was not in attendance. So thank you.
So I want more detailed report, Scott.
So what I am going to suggest, just to hopefully make it a little bit more succinct, is if multiples of us attended a specific session, us all talking about it at the same time. So opening up the opportunity for other folks to chime in, because it is meant to be, as opposed to just a presentation, this is a discussion. But if you want to go ahead, Bill, and get us started, that'd be great.
No, I'm nervous.
Oh, no.
So one of the workshops was on Title IX regulations, and there are significant, like I think it's 1,500 pages that the federal government came out on Title IX. Everything's kind of a little bit on hold because we have had a change in administration in Washington, D.C., and we're not sure what the changes are going to be. The one comment that I think that would be most significant is that regardless of what federal government does, California's regulations are even, how should I say it, more stringent, more detailed, I'm not sure the right word, than they are in the federal government. We'll see what happens federally, and we're gonna have to just watch that. Second item, just second. I spent a session, and I don't remember if anyone else was at the California Fiscal Outlook, where we were looking at, even then, some of the funding that's coming down the road, some of the concerns. You know, it's something like 50% of the tax revenues in the state of California come from the top 1% in our state. And the challenge with that is that a lot of that money is in stocks. And so the stock market goes down, the tax revenues go down, and we already have experienced that in the past. But 50% of our income, tax income, comes from the top 1%. That actually is concerning to me. In that, they talked about some of the growth that did occur last year, and some of the revenues that increased slightly. And that's some good news, that it was a better than to be expected. And I have more details. I'm not going to go into any more of that. Did want to talk about board policies. And one of the things is that we're going to have to continue the process of developing board policies regarding AI. And there's a process occurring in that. I think teachers should appreciate this, or maybe not. SB 291 says you cannot use recess for discipline. In other words, you can't hold a student out of recess as a discipline. We have to make sure that we're using the most up-to-date LCAP template. And that's something that I know that Ms. Whiteside is working on. We got a meeting next week, LCAP. There we go. And then, did any of you attend the legislative luncheon?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was a paid one.
So the Assembly Chairman of the Education Committee from Los Angeles and South Bay actually was reporting at that and talked about 1,000 school districts and 6 million students across the state. But some of the upcoming issues is that there's too many kids that are not reading at grade level. So this is not just something that we see within our district that sometimes concerns us, but it's something that is statewide. He said we're still responding to learning loss from the pandemic. He talked about early childhood education as the most beneficial means of improving student success. So see how important your job is. He also talked about community schools and addressing mental health needs. And that takes me to a session that I had that I think you all probably were in on this one, and it's Happiness of College Students. And it's a class that's being taught at, I want to say it was, I'm going to say the wrong university. It's one of the Ivy League schools. There we go. But in it, the professor kind of did a short part of her class. She mentioned that 56% of the college students feel hopeless, 66% feel lonely, 87% are stressed, and 13% have actually considered suicide. She then talked about insights for happiness, how to be happier. She said, happiness matters for your performance. Happier people think more creatively. Happiest companies perform better. She said, people need to connect with others socially, especially if you're not feeling it. It was Yale. There you go. Thank you. Introverts and extroverts both feel happier even when forced together. She said, helping others makes us happier than we expect. We are selfish right now. Giving to charity will actually predict our happiness. The good book says, given, it will be given to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. She said, make time for gratitude every day. We need to be thankful and thank other people. We have a negativity bias. Did anyone ever feel negative about things, critical of others? We need to prepare a gratitude journal of 5 things each day. And then she said, healthy practices matter more than we expect. Be in the present moment and savor the experience. And she talked about the importance of meditating or prayer. And this was not a religious, just so you know, this was not a religious presentation. She said, don't suppress your emotions. Be in your present moment, even if it feels crappy. Negative emotions are helpful signals. They alert you that something needs to change. The power of rain, as she described it, recognizes what is happening. Allow the feeling, investigate with interest and care, and nurture with self-compassion. She went on to say, be nice to yourself, especially in your head. None of us have any negative conversations about ourselves in our heads, right? I can just tell you that if we all let someone else talk to ourselves the way we talk to ourselves, we would be really angry with those people, right? And yet we allow ourselves to speak pretty negatively.
What she had said specifically about that is if HR could hear how we talk to ourselves, we'd all be fired.
She said, love your job by focusing on your strengths. What do you do well? Focus on those things and celebrate those things. Be wealthy in time, not money. Our time matters. Notice your free time. Spend some money on saving time. Time confetti is little breaks that you can use for encouragement. So use those moments. And her class was The Science of Well-Being from Yale, The Science of Well-Being for Teens.
Let me add to that. She was the keynote speaker for on Thursday, the first day of the conference. She was fantastic. Dr. Lori Santos, and her class is online for free. So it's at www.course, like, you know, a college course, coursera.org/learn/the science of well-being. So that class is for free for adults. And she also in that same location is also a free class available for teenagers.
Yeah.
I will, absolutely. And I can also send you the link. So it's www.coursera.org/the-science-of-well-being. But frankly, if you look under coursera.org and you look for Lori Santos, spelled Lauria, last name Santos, Santos. She was a phenomenal speaker. And I know that part of my intent is to take this class online myself. Her insights, I think there were, how many insights? 10 insights are all science-based, research-based, and she provided the various studies that went along with the advice. And I think that, like the numbers that Bill spoke about earlier, I'm just going to repeat them. One of the ones he didn't mention was 45% of college students report being so depressed, quote, it's difficult to function. That's 45%, almost half of college students. Over half of students said they felt things are hopeless. 2/3 experience overwhelming anxiety. 2/3 say they report feeling very lonely. I have a feeling our students would speak to the same thing. 87% feel overwhelmed by all they have to do. And then 13% seriously considered suicide in the last year. So sorry to interrupt, Bill, but just want to make sure that link to that college course was available.
So one other item that I wanted to mention, I brought it up, I believe, at our last board meeting for future consideration or possible agendizing, and that is a Section 115 trust. And the value of it is a couple things. One is it's a way for you actually to fund retiring benefits for staff. It's a way that you can actually create a fund, and even if you put no funds into it or small amounts of funds, you can grow that. It's the one thing that you can do for investments that nothing else can we use money for in investments. But it also gives us the ability that if we create a fund, it's something that can actually increase our I'm gonna say it the wrong way, but it increases our credit rating, if you will, particularly as we're going to be going out for the bond. We potentially just by establishing the fund without putting a single dollar in it, just establishing it can put you in a better position with a better bond rating so that we can get better credit rating for when we put our bond out there. And we'll learn more because I think our superintendent's going to make a presentation in another month or two. My final comment, I really appreciate the time that we have and that the board gets to go. I appreciate the time that we have with Dr. Sevillano, the superintendent, when we do these meetings like this. And we do really learn a lot about what's happening across our state. And I should say this also, we try not to come back and say to the staff, here's all the things you should start doing. We do hear a lot of things there about the programs and things like that, and they're promoting all kinds of stuff to us. But I don't think it's our job to come back and tell our stars how to lead their job. But it does help us learn a lot. Thank you.
I think that's a good point. I mean, Dan, I mentioned it as well. Every year you go and it's inspirational in a lot of ways to see all the fun things that schools are doing and districts are doing. And it does give you that charge. But, you know, sometimes you end up in a presentation like I did where a very nice school district said, here's how we do community schools. It's funded by large grants that we've received from private backers. It's funded by, we happen to be near Stanford University, so they're funding several of our positions. And we've applied for grants on top of that that we qualify for, that your district wouldn't qualify for. So, you know, here's how we do community schools and why it's so successful for us. Now you go do it. And you kind of say, well, we don't have Stanford in our backyard. We don't have a city to partner with and invest that cash into. So some of them are, you know, you feel, oh gosh, I wish if there was only a way for our district to be able to have these, like some of these awesome things, but we have our own awesome things that other districts don't have. No district that I spoke with at the conference this year had any kind of CTE program even close to what RIM offers. So, you know, there are other areas where we shine, where other districts aren't, and it's nice to be able to do that. It's also nice to get together with other board members from across the state and see what issues they're facing, what ways we could partner up and do advocacy together on. And so Bill took, I think, covered a good portion of sessions that I had attended as well. Really excited about pre-funding OPEB liabilities. I talk about it every year, but it is a cost saver for the district. We will save money in the long run. Our future obligations for OPEB will be funded, and that provides security for our retiring staff members to know that their money is not negotiable by future boards. It is sitting in an irrevocable Section 115 trust and can't be just reallocated at a whim of whatever. You know, today, I think this board has a strong commitment to those retirement benefits and making sure that they're funded. But the way you have to do it today is pay as you go, which means in the future, you might end up with some kind of board that feels differently. Having this trust and pre-funding it allows that money to be allocated towards what it's meant for. As Bill mentioned, you can earn interest on it. So most districts are earning 7.5% interest on the monies that they're putting in there. And for those larger districts, that's tens of millions of dollars earning 7.5% interest. Districts otherwise cannot invest money. You cannot invest public funds. It's essentially considered gambling. But in a Section 115 trust, you can have a very steady rate of return and make sure that those unfunded OPEB liabilities become funded. And so just want to double click on what Dr. Mellinger was saying there. Lots of great sessions on mental health, lots of great sessions on community schools. And with that, still coming back with a lot of ideas and inspiration. Yeah, I think Bill covered a good portion. We had good overlap on these sessions.
And I overlapped with you with the the elementary schools, Redwood Elementary School District K through 8, where they're the ones that were in Stanford's backyard, where it was very exciting until they started talking about their funding. So, keynote speaker. There are legal issues session that I went to. I have the PowerPoints from all the sessions that I attended, and I put them into a folder that I'll go ahead and share with the rest of, I'll put into our shared documents. So legal issues, there's a lot of different litigation that was discussed, and I think the PowerPoint does a really good job of describing them. I'm not going to go into the details there. Just be aware.
Speaking of litigation, if you don't
Yes,
mind,
I don't.
I'll say, an update from, the AEC conference was in early December. Bill, you talked about going to that Title IX conference. Well, what happens just a month later? On January 9th, a federal judge vacated the 2024 Title IX regulations. So that thereby made you go back to 2023 and prior regulations. The Biden administration did not appeal because there was only, at that point, 10 days left in his administration. It was not, that appeal would have gone nowhere. And with the new administration, we don't know what the outcome of that is, but just an update from even December to this month, we saw those 2024 Title IX regulations vacated. So it was an interesting follow-up.
Cool. They did say as far as current litigation with regards to parent notification of if a student is wishing to be referred to a different gender, that there's current litigation, but the gist of it was that our legislature at the state needs to do a better job of establishing what is law because of the ambiguity. It makes it really hard on the school district. So that was a statement they had said. They also went over basically in terms of our own personal use of Facebook. I think that we are doing it right, but to be able to make sure that we are using our own discretion in commenting on various things, because we could be in violation of Brown Act, depending on how we use Facebook. So I went to a session that basically showed a movie called Anxiety Nation documentary, and that's available for rent on Amazon for 99 cents. I checked it today. I had a free link for it, but that link is no longer good. The teen who was basically highlighted in the movie, gal by the name of Sevi, was in attendance, and the gist of the movie was a number of different teenagers being profiled and the anxiety that they go through on a daily basis and their struggles. And it was all of us were in tears watching it, and it was incredibly powerful. And Sevi, the student who was there, said it took her 7 years to get diagnosed, and it was just agony for her. And the impression is that we are in a crisis already, and the crisis was already happening before COVID, and things have really gotten worse since then. Some recommendations from Sevi and related to anxiety. I urge you to see this movie and possibly in a controlled environment, see it with students. It's powerful and probably a fantastic source for conversation and to help students realize that they're not alone and they're not, they are suffering, but be able to know that they're not the only ones that are going through what they're going through. She was recommending better counseling support, that we need to talk about mental health more in school. Open and honest spaces should be available and normalized, and recognize that other students are struggling, creating safe spaces to have these conversations. There was amazing artwork in this film, and it was all student generated from students across the country. Researcher Vivek Murphy studied 1,000 students, found that 100 of them had attempted suicide. The percentage increase of the suicide rate among young people is 57% in the decade before COVID-19. And 44% is how many American high school students feel persistently sad or hopeless right now. 11 is the average number of years between a child's first symptoms of a mental health issue and when they actually receive treatment. So 11 years is usually how long it takes. Incredibly tough. Recommendations again from Sevi is having some sort of, she called it an Elmo tweet, just checking in, having teachers doing check-in with students and being available. Teach mental health literacy to students and to staff and create a mental health community, and recommending using this film or speakers and bringing in the community to be able to have these discussions. recommended challenge days, and I know we're doing something similar. And teaching specific coping skills helps. She said she knew it'd be unpopular at her school, but she really thinks that banning cell phones does a lot. But she said the problem is that teachers don't enforce the policy. This is what her experience has been. And that we don't feel that we can yet, the feeling is that there isn't buy-in to banning cell phones. Wanting the ability to call 911 or call mom is still a persistent need. And it's one of her biggest anxieties. So she says phone caddies are good, but they need teacher follow through. But having that phone in her hand eases anxiety, but also creates a lot more. So it was very, very candid in their discussions. Next session I went into, and again, I'll have a PDF for everybody to be able to see online, is Prop 98. And going through the 3 different tests with Prop 98, because I really wanted to learn more about it. And it's pretty detailed, and I'm not in a position right now to teach it, but the handout is excellent and relevant considering what we're going through with budget talk. I have notes related to that. Let me see here. And then can skip past that. And then the last thing I want to talk about is something that I was incredibly excited by is the last session of the conference that I attended was the State Seal of Civic Engagement. And so while we have a iliteracy seal that we're able to have on students' diplomas, the state also has the opportunity for us to have a seal of civic engagement, requires board action to be able to have this available to students. Speaker was Michael Matsuda from Anaheim Unified. And additionally, Allison Yoshimoto from the school, Tauri from our school, state school board was there. And both Allison and another a gentleman who works for Mission Strategy Group in Riverside approached me afterwards and said that they have money available, or said that they believe they have money available to RIM if this is the program that we want to get started. And so basically it's involving having students get involved in the community, involved in various kinds of, whether it's government or local, state, county-wide government activities, getting involved, getting engaged, and presenting on it. And so we would, as a board, determine with guidance from the state what kind of requirements there would be. They were recommending having it possibly be a part of a graduation requirement or part of ethnic studies, and allowing students to be able, or encouraging students to get involved in the community in some sort of a leadership form. And again, earning that seal, but along the way, being able to do wonderful things for the community and to be able to become educated in this alternate way. So it's not anything I'm sure that could happen. We've got so much that we're juggling now, but I've talked to Dr. Sevillano about it, and hopefully in the next year or two, it's something that we could take a look at. So again, I'm very excited to the possibility that there might be money coming our way from these other agencies. With that, any other discussion as far as CSBA? We're good?
Can I interject?
Oh,
for a
heck
second on something? It's about Ryla.
Yeah.
Which was like, what, 20 minutes ago? But I have to depart soon, so I would just like to speak on this. I attended Ryla last year. It's a program only offered for juniors, I believe. And
Yes.
there you go. Ryla is one of, if not the most important experience that you can have, not only for leadership, but also emotionally and empathetically. You will never connect with a group of people faster than you will at Ryla. The first 2 days or the first day and a half kind of feel awkward. And then the next 2 days, you really you feel like you've known each other for like 5 years. It's that impactful. I went in not really knowing what I was doing. Like, I felt really awkward. I thought I was going to be with like the other students from my school that were also going, but they purposely separate you and have you with students you've never interacted with in your entire life. But by the end of it, I felt like I understood more about these people and like their struggles and how they've gotten to this point of where they are today, and related that back to my personal life and how I interact with my friends, how I interact with my teachers, how I interacted with staff at school, how I interacted with just random people on the street. It really makes you a better person, a better student, better friend, better anything really. So if you have a child who is coming up on the 11th grade or is in the 11th grade, I would encourage them to go to RILA, to ask about RILA, to just see if they, I don't know if there's qualifications that you have to meet. I would assume there is. If they qualify, even if they don't, just ask about it. See if you can go, because it's so important to just be able to have that experience. And if you can't go, find a similar experience, because I feel like that's really needed. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that, Ethan, because I was thinking along the same lines, because things like that, unfortunately, that's not available for everybody, but there's things in schools that are available for everybody. You have band, you have drama, you have all kinds of activities that are there to help support students with these needs that they have. I just want to read a couple of things that are noted. When students get involved in activities within their schools, they maintain positive attitudes, maintain a high level of self-motivation, set high realistic goals, deal effectively with people, use positive self-talk, use positive mental imagery, manage anxiety effectively, manage their emotions effectively, and maintain concentration better. And that's what students benefit from all activities in schools. So get your kids involved in schools. Don't let them just go to school and come home and live in that moment. And students that can encourage somebody to get involved, you'll help that student immensely by just taking concern with one student. Thank you for that, Ethan.
Be the leader, be the pillar of your community that you want to see. That's all I have to say.
I'll see you next month.
Thank you, Ethan. Have a good night. Okay, moving on. 9.3, Superintendent Dr. Paul Saviano.
We'll be brief. I know there's a number of presentations tonight that we need to hear, but I wanted to, we're going to talk a little bit about student voice, and Ethan was a prime example of that. And as he shared, what is important for a student, on their campus, what programs and services students really need, and to listen to our students as to when we make decisions. I know that the district had a social justice committee that was formed and to really look at the needs of students. And so that was in 2022. And there was a report generated from that group of students and adults who were also part of that, teachers and classified staff. And they listed a number of recommendations to really look at the issue of equity for students. And one of the things the board has asked me to do is to resurrect that student voice and that committee to really listen to students and based on what their needs are and what their their interests are, and how can we make schools equitable for all students. And so I've asked principals, I gave them a task, and one of the tasks was to write your progress on the 14 recommendations that came out of that committee back in 2022. I had a chance to review all of those reports, and I'm pleased to report the district has made significant progress on those recommendations. But I do think we do need to resurrect that committee to bring them back together to review the district progress. So we're going to be asking staff to participate in the social justice committee, bringing it back, and also students to hear that student voice and to really listen to what are the needs in terms of creating equity and access for all students. So I think it's really critical that we bring that back. And Ethan was a prime example tonight of really a program that he valued and sees value for other students. And hopefully when we bring that committee back, we'll hear more of this discussion about what's important for students and how can we make adjustments in our programs and services to ensure there's equity and access for all students. So more information to come on that. We'll be inviting staff and students to participate and have representation from all schools on that committee. So I also want to just comment on the CSBA. It was in Anaheim, it was the happiest place on earth. Yeah, we heard some really concerning things about, happiness. So I want to share, it also serves as an opportunity for the board and the superintendent to really get to know what the needs are and to discuss, the needs and how to address those needs in a way that meets that really is reflective of this community. And so I think it was important for us to attend that event and to spend time together and to listen to the ideas that came out of that. The community engagement was an old friend of mine who presented that, old colleague. And so we want to really make sure that, that is almost like serves as board retreat to help us really gather our thoughts to really push forward in the year. And lastly, we'll have a little discussion about power outages tonight, and what is the district doing about those, and how we can prevent that learning loss for our students. So tonight we'll talk further about that. But I also want to thank the community, particularly our staff, our students, and our parents, who really, were in communication with me quite a bit, and I will say passionate about that learning loss issue that we're facing as a district as we face this new challenge. And I call it a challenge. And we do have solutions to this problem. But at the same time, it's about the community coming together to resolve these problems together in a way that works for everybody. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Dr. Seviano, just as a reminder, when we formed the Social Justice Committee, we had a breakdown of people that we wanted to be, positions we wanted to fill. So we had parents, staff, administrators, educators, students. So there was quite a mixture. And then we actually did an application process, invited people to fill that out and let us know of their interest. And then from that actually did interviews and then formed the actual committee. So it was quite a process, but it's a number of different people, not just students, not just educators, but classified staff, parents, community, so, and board members. There's 2 board members that are a part of it as well.
And alumni. Okay, thank you. I do have the file and I'll follow that process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along, 9.5. Business Services, Measure W report and financial audit report, Shiloh Grosby.
Hello, thank you. I'd like to welcome our partner as an audit firm, Shiloh Grosby, who's been with us for many years and is going to give our annual report on the district's financial audits.
Good evening, thank you. I won't keep you long, keep the presentation brief, but of course, always willing to answer any questions if you have any. As you know, every year, we have to do our job in providing some, what we refer to as reasonable assurance that your financial statements are materially stated based on an audit that we perform. So this presentation is for the June 30, 2024 fiscal year end. The most important page in this entire document is page 1. It's our independent auditor's report. It is an unmodified opinion. Now, what that means is that we do believe the financial statements as presented are materially stated. Unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance that we can give in an audit. So it's considered a clean audit report on your financial statements. So that's the highest level of assurance, again, that we do provide in an audit. Hopefully everybody's had it. I noticed everyone was shuffling a little bit, so hopefully you've all had a chance to grab your reports. I'm going to turn you to page 90. 90 is our summary of audit results. And the reason why I'd like to go over this page is because in addition to your opinion on financial statements, there's 3 other reports that are included within this entire document. And they're summarized really nicely here on this page. The first of those reports is the internal control over financial reporting. This report's not an opinion on your financial statements, but or an opinion on your internal controls. But the goal of this report specifically is to communicate any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses if they are identified in the audit. So no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies to report. So internal control report is considered a clean report. Your federal programs are also subject to audit. So that's the 3rd report we provide in your audit. That is an unmodified opinion as well. Again, just So we understand highest level of assurance in an audit is unmodified, so that's considered a clean report. We did have an audit finding that we did disclose, kind of a carryover finding related to just some of that year-end ESSER reporting and the accumulation of documentation to support that. That goes away with the with ESSER. As ESSER goes, that goes. So not really a critical or a finding that results in any modification or penalties, but nonetheless, just a reportable event. And then the last but not least on your state programs, again, a lot of programs we look at there. So the only program we did have issue with on that one was your ELOP program. I heard it talked about earlier. As you know, getting these programs up and running was a challenge and there's a lot of requirements. So unfortunately, the finding there resulted in just the delay in getting the number of days implemented to ensure that the full offering was provided. The district accounted for that. And so as far as the fiscal impact, that was accounted for within your financial statements. So it was all current. So it didn't, other than having the reportable item, it doesn't have any further impact other than what has already been disclosed and reported. Happy to answer any specific questions on the report, any other components of that if you guys have any. And if not, if you want me to move on to the other report, I can, but I'll pause for you.
Just in terms of what you just mentioned with the unmodified with the ELOP, is there a page that you can refer us to in the audit just to be able to read on our own time? Or?
Yeah. So page 94, so just 2 pages after that is the details of the ELOP finding. So I think it essentially the district had probably offered about half the year. I think by the time you got it up and running, it was about half the year. So essentially about half the funding was subject to be returned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on that one for me? We can come back to it if you think of something, but I will just go ahead and talk about your Measure W report. This one is even shorter than the last one. You have, as most of you know, Measure W is now pretty much wound down to closure. So this will be your final report on Measure W.
Is that a commitment?
It is an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, and we didn't have any issues with respect to performance, meaning compliance with any of the expenditure requirements for that report. So Measure W going out with a bang with a clean report. You like that? But you have Measure E now. Congratulations on that. You know, as you guys get that one up and going, if there's any questions for us as your auditors, of course, we're here for that. You know, I've seen a lot of districts wind down one measure and create a new measure and essentially just kind of keep the business rolling with it. I know getting COCs is really difficult sometimes, so yeah, up to you on how you go about that. But I know there's always conversation about how to do that, and a lot of them just kind of continue on, and so that's really just a district's preference on how you want to go about that.
We do have another question.
Sure.
Not on the Measure W, but on the
Absolutely.
the very last page. I caught my eye as well. The ASB.
Oh, yes.
Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, you know, and this is a matter of practice, you know, for a district as a whole, we don't really view ASBs as having a significant impact to the district's financial statements, but we do believe that there is value to the community with those. And we look at those ASBs from a best practice perspective. Still kind of a tradition for us to always visit those ASBs, and we provide recommendations to you when we see things or make observations. So we don't consider these to be significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the district's controls. Nonetheless, we do think that there's some observations to bring to your attention. And so in this particular case, we were just talking about maybe cleaning up some of the cash receiving procedures at the high school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to Measure W.
Yes, absolutely.
Jordan just pointed out on page 5 that there is a $40 fund balance ending. Is that
Yeah.
it?
So we talked about that. I talked about that with Jenny, and really, and I don't know, when you get into the conversation of if that's real true money, a lot of that I think is the residual of just the fair market value that we record, which is really kind of a book entry, unrealized, kind of not real money, right? When you talk about fair value of investments. So that residual $40 is kind of is really more related to a book entry than it is to actual dollars. So that gets journal entered away in the new year. So there's not really dollars there.
Okay, so it's not going to require another
No,
audit of Measure W.
No, we talked about that, and I told Jenny that I didn't believe that was going to be necessary. And a full accountability and reporting of that closeout, I think, to the COC was your plan, Jenny. I don't know if you wanted to speak to that, and I felt like that was perfectly sufficient.
Yeah, and part of that entry too is one of the things that in the last couple of years we were required, and if I mess up this explanation, let me know.
Okay.
But because of our cash, really our auditor controller is really our bank. And so, and then they have the investments accounts. So kind of recognizing maybe what that current value at June 30th would be on a more of an investment pool basis.
Yeah.
Is kind of that, and then we reverse it in the new year. And that reversement could be maybe a negative $19 or even a plus $10 that we would journal entry out. So there's some of that, recognizing the investment pool that our cash is in is for that entry.
Yep.
And then we do have an agenda item later on, and you don't have to stay for that because I think I'm very deep and we have a lot to go on tonight, is what Shiloh was talking about with the COC, and how wrapping up Measure W starting with Measure E. And so I have a memo to you and we'll talk about that. And we have 3 active members still, I don't want to get ahead of myself, of Measure W, who have said, pretty much whatever we need. They're there for us, to want to still be on a committee as we go forward. So that'll be another discussion. But that'll be wrapping up one and starting another and exciting.
One other thing I'll just mention, because I don't often get a chance to talk about accounting geeky topics, and since it came up about your OPEB trust, I just want to throw one little geeky comment out there. Having been on this side of it for now, over 20 years, but since we've started the whole OPEB accounting, we've seen districts who have started their trusts at the beginning of all of that, and here you are 10, however many years it is later, and they're self-sufficient, and those trusts are now funding the annual pay-as-you-go. So they're seeing today the benefit of having done that investment up front. So for what it's worth, we do see that happening now, and they're like, oh, I'm so glad we did it. A lot of districts are having a hard time taking the plunge, but I just wanted to share that there is some out there who have seen the success of that investment plan.
Thank you for mentioning that, because in your letter, the one dated December 9,
Yep.
2024, to the governing board, it mentioned the OPEB liability, and we've identified the valuation of OPEB liability related to GASB 75 as a significant risk due to the amounts reported by the district.
Right.
I don't claim to understand all of accounting, but do you want to speak to that?
Yeah,
risk for
actually,
me?
what that's talking about is just the fact that this is an estimate. This is a number we can include in your financial statements, but it's based on estimated data, complex calculations, assumptions that are subject to be different tomorrow than they were today. And so the volatility with an estimate is important enough for us to say, yes, it's a number we have in your financial statements, but because it's an estimate, it is subject to all of these risks and complexities that we call it significant. And we just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Significant.
Yeah, thank you.
You have an expert opinion. Thank you, I appreciate it. I always enjoy that presentation when there's updates on it and hearing, what district, every time I go to the annual education conference, there's always a district that's, we did this 10 years ago and now we have a fully funded, all of our net OPEB liabilities, and it's fantastic. And, it's not an issue or concern at the table now, and, that's, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for me? Okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
so much. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
Take care.
Director.
Thank you.
For our
I don't think I needed a hand. It was nothing like needed to me. Come on. Have a good night.
Good night.
Moving ahead, it's Jen Whiteside's turn, 9.6. Educational Services, presentation of graduation rate and A through G completion rate for Mountain High School and RIM Virtual Academy, fiscal impact, none. Welcome, Jeremy.
Finally excited to be up here for the first time and be the new face in the admin team, so it's very exciting. So for those,
Get a red
Oh,
light.
Turned it off.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, now you're on.
hear me now? Yeah, perfect, all right. Well, for those who do not know me, I am Jeremy Montiel. I am the new alternative education specialist for RVA and for Mountain, and very excited to be on part of the team. And before I start, kind of like a funny story. So in starting, I have to share with Jordana, I would say that my dog kind of got me this application and knowing for the position because my dog, I usually would take him to Double Dog Ranch, and I guess he had a not so good experience for one time. And so then they let me know, and I was like, oh yeah, I need to work with my dog a little bit more and just healthy coping strategies, things of that nature. And they're like, oh, well, you kind of sound like a counselor. And they're like, are you up here? And I was like, yeah, I was kind of looking for a position up here for many years. And then found that this position was open, and go figure. So now my dog's got me a job here. So. Which is good because it costs every penny. Yeah, so. Alrighty. So kind of fun being two schools. So I figured for these presentations, not sure how they've been done in previous years, but I figured to incorporate them together and we'd be able to talk about each in the interwoven aspects there. So going into the mission statement for RVA, which says RIM Virtual Academy ensures that all students are college, career, and community ready by equipping students for success by delivering highly effective digital learning through a course-based online platform. We inspire to produce critical thinkers who will contribute successfully to the global society. And for our mission statement, RVA and our Mountain community are dedicated to ensuring each student achieves academic and individual excellence by engaging all students in a rich and meaningful course-based program for becoming lifelong learners, critical thinkers, and responsible citizens. For Mountain High School, the mission statement is students discover and develop their own unique talents and interests through personalized learning, becoming empowered learners and engaged citizens who positively impact local and global communities. And for vision statement, each student shall inspire to cultivate technological skills, promote social, personal, and environmental responsibility, and prepare citizens to thrive in a diverse society. Students shall aim to promote positive academic, social, and emotional behavior to become equipped learners into entry-level job skills and with the essential life skills to lead successful and responsible lives. So going back into RVA, talking a bit about the demographics and growth. Definitely want to share there's been a lot of growth. As of this month here, we have 123 students, and do want to share that since August 12th, for the first day of school, our enrollment is up by 58%. So I am unsure if that is a trend we normally see throughout the years for that, but definitely it does feel like 58% more of the students and whatnot. But I do want to share a note here, out-of-district transfers have been up by 10% as well. So I know here for the student census as well, we are always in competition with a public school with the charter schools here, but just do want to share that particularly in TK through 5th, we have seen quite a rather big jump for the out-of-district transfers. And then specifically for primary through K through 5, we have one primary school teacher, and she has for TK and second 11 students, which is a 7% increase from August. And she also helps with the 3rd and 5th graders, which are currently 14 students, which is a 9% increase from the start of the school year. For our secondary teachers, we do have 3. We have 1 middle and 2 high school age range. So for middle school, we currently have 29 students, which is a 15% increase from the beginning of the year. And for our high school 9th through 12th grade, for a 9th through 11th, we currently have 43 students, which is a 12% increase from the beginning of the year. And we currently have 26 graduating or upcoming graduating class of 2025 here in a few months, which is a 15% increase from those who began starting at the beginning of the year.
Jeremy, is there the transfer rate of up 10%? That's significant.
Yes.
Is there any kind of common age level that those are coming in, or is it just diverse?
Yeah, from what we were seeing, mostly it is coming from TK up into second that we are seeing that. I am unsure if there is maybe a bit of networking that is occurring. We have a fantastic RVA team that do a lot of networking within the community for it. So perhaps it could be from that. I do know that a lot of times many of the students who are transferring in, there could be rumors, gossip, bullying, sort of those occurrences that are having students transfer into a virtual setting. So they do find RVA being a long-term intent study an attractive aspect as they're learning those interpersonal skills.
Do you know if any of those are coming from homeschooling and coming in?
That is a great question. Currently, we have a intake list that asks what inspires them to come to RVA and if what were their home situation or schooling situation was prior. And most of them do say they come from a brick and mortar in-person school, with a few that are coming from homeschooling as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alrighty, and as for Mountain High School, as our alternative continuation school, we currently have 45 students, although probably next week we'll probably have a few more. As of this month here. So we currently serve primarily 11th through 12th graders, but we do serve students as soon as they turn 16. But as of this current school year, we do have 0 10th graders. We have 14 11th graders and 31 12th graders. And the average year-to-date credits, since at Mountain High School, we follow a different ed code than in a traditional in-person school, which allows us to not necessarily have to give out a GPA. And with that said, we focus primarily on the credits that are earned, but also on the essential skills and the standards that they are learning through that here. So the average year-to-date credits that our students have year earned is 68. So breaking it down for 11th grade, our first credit check, that was about 4 credits earned per student, which was right there in October. In September. And right before Halloween on our credit check 2, it averaged to 9% or 9 credits per student, which was a 125% increase from the previous term. And keeping the momentum going, in our third credit check, which we are going to be celebrating next week, it's showing that each student's earning on average 11 credits per student, which is a 22% increase from October itself. As for our 12th graders, average year to date is 130 credits that they've earned. And in the first credit check, it was 5 on average per student. Then in October, it showed 6 per student, which was a slight increase. And then in our upcoming credit check here, it's showing 10 per student, which is almost a 70% increase from October itself there.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
How do these numbers of enrollment compare to the past, do you know?
Yeah, so
For mountains?
Enrollment numbers for Mountain, I know it is a cap of up to 50 students. And so it's a bit of a challenge one to see how it, depending on the situations of the students, whether they're coming in credit deficient or if they're coming in needing an alternative placement. So it does fluctuate. It's a challenge to know the specifics to that because currently we do have the 45. It could be in previous times they were capped up to the 50. It could have been lower as well. Specifically to the question, I would say probably on the lower end. I know Mountain students could have at one time have been, I believe it was like up to like 100 students at one point, I believe.
In the last couple of years, we were just talking, it's been hovering right around 35, 35 students last couple of years.
So I had an image of the past of around 100 students, so yeah, okay. That could be quite a while ago.
And for RVA here, for our SIPs and goals here, we wanted to talk about, since both school sites are growing, and specifically for RVA and for Mountain as well, looking at our California dashboard into our state testing here, we can kind of see some trends. And taking a look for our ELA here, it's a positive trend, 9.6% increase in ELA in the last school year here. We will see here for mathematics, though, there has been a decline of almost to 20% there. And for our English learner progress, since there are fewer than 11 students, the data cannot be displayed, but it's also we want to ensure that there's enough students for it to have an authentic weight behind the percentage for that. But some key takeaways that we have seen, we've done some teacher and student surveys for RVA. And specifically, they were sharing how they used Odysseyware in previous years, and then now using Edgenuity. And from teachers and students, they're saying from semester 1, they do show a significant preference towards Edgenuity for it. And specifically, in an upcoming slide, we'll talk more of the specifics of what Edgenuity does offer for it. But also too, for this year, we switched from a course-based attendance to a traditional base, which mirrors very closely to the long-term dependent study that we do have. So with our current contract, it goes for the full academic year, and it is never needed then for that. And then also student enrollment too, learning some systems in place to establish clear deadlines for student transfers, because we do know that for the students coming in for the upcoming CAF testing, we want to make sure we have as much time as we can with them to build their capacity and their efficacy in order to do well in the testing there. So if we're having a student come in and like 2 days later, they're taking the test, it could be a bit of a challenge and kind of skew our data for it for sure. Alrighty, and also for RBA for the types of goals, we're continuing for collaboration and continuous improvement. So the professional learning communities does continue to serve RBA with a lot of great strides, specifically into the data, but also too for the teachers to be able to collaborate with other teachers as well. It can be a bit of in silos at times, since there is one primary teacher, one secondary middle, and two secondary high school age range or high school student teachers. But at the same time as well, they're able to partner in with other Rim High School teachers, with Mountain High School as well, and just really ensuring that they're focusing on the essential standards and the skill sets that are being taught there for that. And also too, for the development of the common formative assessment that aligns with the GBC's school-wide there for it. In terms of tech integration, happy to share that through CSI funds from last school year, so for the 23-24, we had a bit of money still left over. So we were able to purchase 3 additional smart boards. So every RVA teacher now has a devoted smart board during live instruction that is on our RVA campus to enhance student learning. And also 3 additional Chromebooks that's at the use for the teacher or the student disposal. So while any student that is coming on campus or any teacher that would like to utilize an additional Chromebook as well for that. And then for professional development initiatives, I call it the edge difference, but in terms of how Edgenuity has been, what makes it, I feel, different and what many of our students have been sharing is just the diverse course selection. So unlike for Odysseyware, Edgenuity's been able to have a variety of courses, which specialized options for students with special needs or if they're needing an alternative schedule. Some of our students are part of extracurricular activities, school sports. They may have a job as well, and it gives them that flexibility and to know, okay, well, what kind of classes can I take that's going to lead me into the work field when I do graduate? Also, for advanced monitoring capabilities, our teachers very much appreciate this, where it has the direct oversight over student progress, and it highlights the areas for needed additional support. So for Edgenuity, it makes it more straightforward for the teachers to see in real time the timestamp of the amount of time the students are in their classes, the times they're logging in, the amount of time that they're spending on each assignment. For traditional base attendance, our primary teacher meets with the students 230 minutes daily for attendance, where our secondary then work for 240 minutes or 2 to 4 hours daily for that. And that is a combination of live instruction, but also to asynchronous work as well. So this helps them really keep it on track to ensure that we're really ensuring the engagement, as well as that they're having the work done in integrity of the time that they have for that. And lastly, prescriptive testing. So it automatically, or for students, it automatically adjusts the learning path based off baseline assessment results. So through the school district, we are using Edgenuity, but at the same time for RBA, a unique selling point, I would like to say, is that when the student does transfer into RBA, based off how they're doing initially is what's determining how the material is presented to them. It's still at grade level appropriate, but it's sort of in a sense helping them out, figuring out through the algorithms, how is this information being shared to them, so that way it is presented in a way that would make them feel able to achieve the material they're doing.
Jeremy,
Go for it.
do you have any assessment of that decline in the math percentage? I was hoping that Edgenuity would improve that. So do you have any assessment of that? As you guys have looked at that?
Yeah, so for Edgenuity, this is the first year of its rollout here. So we're very excited to see what the results will be. I know for the results that we had for our math scores was showing for Odyssey. And not to say that Edgenuity is just a quick fix for
No.
making math scores better, but we are excited to see how that would be for that. But I guess is a stay tuned for that one.
Okay.
So an additional question, I was gonna ask it later, but now seems the time. As far as that drop in math scores, has there been looked at those same students over the course of time? So was that a drop for individual students' performance as a group, or was it more, what was it related to? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It is to the group setting. So there are students that we are following and seeing that those who had not tested ideally last school year or 2 years ago, it's showing the same similar trends for the 23-24 year. So our goal is really ensuring that for the teachers that are working with it, we can really ensure that for the CAS testing, we're setting up specific strategies on what math or what essential standards are being covered at what points and how that is being integrated into Edgenuity for that. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
It's more, I guess, what I'm trying to get to is the individual student growth, because if you have a student who is incredibly low last year, and then this year they're testing low, that's improvement. But maybe if we're comparing those same students, he'll say, last year's students tested, like, are we comparing apples and oranges? Are we looking at student growth, and are we able to see if there's growth or further degradation? Are we having targeted interventions, possibly hopefully with Edgenuity, where Odyssey, we did not have that capability. But are we hoping at this point, organically, are we seeing the students progress?
Yes, so it's a bit of both. So through Edgenuity in its platform itself, it is seeing the students. And what's great with it is that through the platform, it's able to talk with the sense of the test scores the students are getting in the classes, and it's following the instruction that the student is then receiving in math specifically. So say for students that started in August, with us the whole school years thus far, students who maybe tested poorly in math, it is following that set way. So that way then that student then will show individual growth in that aspect.
And you mentioned earlier about them in grade level, but is it possible that they're not necessarily in grade level in terms of math, but going and filling in the holes and remediating where they might have that need?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's one of the great areas of opportunity for it as well. Through Mountain, we've been able to, through CSI funds, partner with Solution Tree, which has been a phenomenal tool set, I feel, to really help to focus on the essential standards and helping to figure out how are we really mastering those 4 essential questions of PLC, students that are falling behind, how are we helping them?
And those essential standards, how were they determined?
So through teachers, so they're working on their 5 essential standards that they're working to complete. Then from there, making a proficiency map. So figuring out which standards are we tackling at this point at this time, and what is the data telling us the benefits to that. So that way then we're able to figure out. Additionally, too, then from there, we're able to plug it into Edgenuity. So that way they're able to work with that. And lastly, too, through PLCs, we do partner in. So it's not just solely in silos, it's partnered in with Rim High School as well. See,
And just an asterisk on our scores. I mean, just seeing the growth that's happening and what a small student population we're talking about here, I think the percentages might swing year to year. And I also am curious the level of ability to, I think there is a level of staleness with this data, because when you have 58% growth in student enrollment,
yeah,
the same, you might be able to take some learnings from it, but you might not be able to take all of some.
absolutely. That's my initial thoughts as well. Each student weighs more heavily on the percentage, back when it was a lower for that. And also too, for Edgenuity students with special needs or need certain accommodations, there's more opportunities for that than were on Edgenuity. So I do feel like that's giving that ability to have a little more of equitable supports for the students. Alrighty, so in terms of graduation rate here for RVA, we are currently seeing an 88.2% rate, and it continues to set the bar within the county average of the 86.2. And also too, another thing of area of opportunity exists to ensure students who transfer out of RVA do not affect the integrity of the test scores. More specifically for the graduation rates here, because and at times when we see here, I'm partnering in with Mrs. Phillips, our RVA teacher for 12th grade. We're like, oh my gosh, I believe they all graduated. So why does it show the 88.2%? And so kind of doing some detective work and figuring out, when students transfer out of state, for example, is that school that they're going to communicating with us and letting us know? Is if they're transferring to maybe in district, are they transferring at a certain time or a date in which then it still shows that student is still ours for that. So setting systems in place just to protect that integrity for the graduation rate, just to ensure then that students are, getting the credit for graduating through RVA, or if they transfer elsewhere, they're going towards that school site. And also too, at the bottom here, setting clear timelines for building and test taking capacity of our students as well, just to ensure that for the upcoming CAS testing and upcoming graduation too, that they're going to be set up for success for that, so we can continue to drive that high graduation rate. And in regards to A through G completion rate here, a bit of a challenge here is that because our numbers are continuously growing, we have grown up to 58% so far in this school year alone. Each student weighs very heavily on the percentages or the lack thereof. So here you see a lot of asterisks, and that is because there are fewer than 11 students that are representing in the certain domains. So out of the percentages that we do see here, we're able to kind of get a bit of data from 22 to 23. We see we got none. But for the last school year, we have a little bit to begin to baseline how we are approaching for that here. All right, taking off the RVA hat, put on now for a minute. In terms of California dashboard here, same as for RVA in a sense, because we are a school site of 45 students, it is indeterminable to get some of our percentages for certain things in certain areas here. And again, too, we do follow a different ed code here. And specifically onto that, share a little bit more. It means that with this ed code, instead of the traditional high school, which offers 220 credits, we at Mellon are able to offer 200 credits for them to receive a high school diploma for graduation. It also gives the flexibility in grading. So instead of being given a GPA, we instead do a credit and credit system of pass or no pass. But with that said, it means it passes 70% or higher in that certain test, assignment, project for them to continue on to earn that credit. And also too, an alternative student population. So it allows us to have the students that are credit deficient to be able to graduate on time with their current class or of the upcoming class as well. And also for an alternative placement, we pride ourselves on being a close-knit community of a smaller school site. It is very challenging to slip between the cracks and be a ghost, so to speak. So it's very, very good. You get to know the students in a way that can be challenging in a traditional school setting, but it's very enriching at the same time for that. Alrighty, and specific to the credit checks here, we have partnered again with Solution Tree to improve our instructional strategies by establishing essential standards. All of our Mountains teachers have established 5 essential standards for our program and a credit check system that includes for a credit check reflection 1-pager, tying the credit checks to a more of a reflection piece. So that way the students are having more intentional conversations and identifying barriers that they see as a barrier to themselves and not seeing themselves as a victim, so to speak, to not being able to be at grade level in math or ELA, but seeing it more as a what is the barriers, how can I overcome that with my own interpersonal staff. So specifically for that, we have introduced real talk sessions this school year with the students. It's an alternative way of saying a best practice assembly, but also throwing it in with goal setting as well. So we have utilized SMART goals. We know for the acronym, it's specific, measurable, attainable, relatable, timely, but also inclusive and equitable. So that way all students, regardless of level, can achieve for the goals here. And it specifically focuses on the life skill applications that go towards completing the credits. So we'll see here as an example here of our current credit check that we had completed. So it shows here Mountain students are to improve their attendance engagement by 5%, which would be for us 24 credits, but it'd also be for attendance to increase our first and second period, I believe by a good 20%, I believe, for the 5% here. It's by keeping to a consistent sleep schedule. So working with our students and identifying, hey, if you're going to bed at 2 in the morning every day, it's going to be hard for you to get to school 7. But also to engaging in person with classmates. So as we have introduced the no cell phone policy during instructional time, taking that away, what does that leave the student with? And as we were talking about, mental health challenges, that could be seen as anxiety ridden. So how do we overcome that? And the 2-10 rule is just a way of that you have 10 consecutive interactions with somebody for 2 minutes straight. And it helps to build those relationships, but specifically on anything that has not to do with academics. It can be talking about sports, any of the things of that nature, but it builds that rapport and you see the person behind the student with the teacher. And then also by devoting approved time to check cell phones, because at the same time, we don't want to say you cannot check your cell phone by any means, but that'll be before and after school. That can be in other specific times and placements for that. And at the bottom there, we'll see it'll show that Mountain High School, through that, would improve our first and second period attendance, promote an inclusive, welcoming environment, and surpass our credit checks by our credit that we have earned in credit check 2 by 5%, which would be by the 24 credits. So for students who had individually made this goal, they'll be invited to our credit check celebration, but also to students that have also been working on that collectively as an 11th or 12th grade class will also be awarded for that as well. Alrighty, and in terms of for A through G completion rate for Mountain, again, very similar here. In regards to students and getting the baseline data, we just want to ensure that, again, because we are following a different ed code, we do focus on making sure that our students are still following the correct path. So they're still getting the 4 years of English, they're getting the 3 years of math, and following for the elective credits of that nature. Now, with the ed code, it means that some of our students can have a different pathway of what credits they are taking, specifically maybe for PE or for their electives, but it is giving them their ability to have a more customized approach to their learning for that. This year, we are partnering with RIM High School for our visual and performing arts. So some of our Mountain students are able to attend first period, some of the ceramics class, drama as well. So they have that chance to intermingle there and then come onto our campus for second. Alrighty, and for specifically for the A through G requirements here, it shows here that students must have successfully earned 200 credits. If the student earns additional semester credits in physical education, Mountain High School, beyond the 20 credits requirement for graduation, they might not use those credits for meeting for elective portions. So there's still specific criteria that's following through on that, but it's just ensuring that the students are still completing the A through G compliance for them to get into high school diploma, but also too that they can go into a community college, trade school, or military. Alrighty, so then for SIPSA goals 2, it's a bit aligned with RVA and Mountain intermingled here. So our main focus is for the inclusive, welcoming environment. So as we can see here in that middle picture right there, this was about the first month in which we're getting our students all together. And it is very important that we're committing a safe, positive environment for all students. At times, there can be a bit of a stigma that students can feel, regardless of what placement where they're at. We can feel a stigma for being up here in the mountains. We can have a stigma for being in a credit recovery program in a virtual school setting. There can be a stigma for being a student with special needs, or it can be a stigma even for being perhaps gay. So we want to ensure that our students are able, regardless of that, they're able to still commingle and have those essential healthy coping strategies and interpersonal skills that's going to help them be successful to mitigate the rumors, bullying, and gossip that we do see when students are unable to set healthy boundaries within themselves and others. Also, too, soaring shout outs. We see here in the first picture, this is an initiative from the district that we were sharing here for celebrating our staff for the accomplishments. And so this year is our current staff, where as of December, they are invited to give a shout out to their fellow peers, but also too for other students as well. And at times we are sharing these and putting them in the cafeteria so they're able to see and just have that visual direct recognition, and it does go a long way for ensuring that the students are feeling welcomed, heard, and listened to. And also, we're also pushing for youth mental health first aid. I jokingly like to call it the YMCA because it's such a long acronym for it, but This is a training that I have had through my PPS credential, and I have partnered in with RIM Family Services and Mountain Counseling to bring this to RVA and for Mountain High School. And so I'm proud to share that 80% of our RVA and Mountain staff, in addition to the district psychologists, have completed this training, which is a training to help all folks to help to know the signs and symptoms of students in mental health crisis and how to identify what a crisis may be, identify mental health challenges to them, adverse childhood experiences that we are seeing in the number of perhaps SSTs that are beginning in the elementary realm, and realizing that, wow, if we have an approach of how we approach that student with an adverse childhood experience, whether that be maybe dealing with a family loss, dealing with a parent that's incarcerated, or surviving Snowmageddon 2 years ago, whatever it might be, or power outages we're currently experiencing. Just knowing then from there they have a language and a space to help. And specifically, it's helped our staff have a better conversations with students in a non-judgmental sense. At times, it's very easy for our students to feel not heard, but feeling very judged in moments, specifically for those who are at Mountain High School. And so this is a way for them to be able to listen non-judgmentally, how to approach and assist, how to give them third-party resources, and so on. And in the third picture here is the acronym here, ALGE. It is a company that's based in Australia, but here for it, it shows that the wheel that is not followed non-linearly, but it's followed based off of how we're reaching out. So regardless of who we are on campus, whether certificated or classified, as mandated reporters, we're able to approach and assist and help support any student in crisis, but also too in outside of campus as well. Alrighty, and then lastly, for our SIPs goal 3 here, engage family and community all together for RVA and Mountain. And I really like these pictures because I really do think that they speak for themselves. This is the product of really working with students together and feeling that we are lifting them. And specifically, we'll see here in the middle, Mountain High School, we did our Dress Like a Student's Teacher Day, which was very fun, very tongue-in-cheek. But also too, we do our RVA mixers, which is something that we've introduced. We do these 4 times a school year. We've done a Halloween one, a winter one. We have a Valentine's Day one coming up very soon, and then the end of the year one as well. And these are some of the pictures here where students have gotten a chance to dress up, participate in pumpkin painting. They've done gingerbread house painting, caroling with a few of RVA and Mountain collaborated students as well. So some of our Mountain students have volunteered for service hours to help carol with some of the younger students, and which is the picture at the very bottom right there, which is pretty awesome because it shows them as that buddy system. Hey, if this person can do it, I can do it too. And also too, in showing a lot of the different ways and approaches for some of the students, what I find is really great is that the students that are transferring in, they may come for different reasons, whether for RVA or for Mountain. It could be from feeling they want a better placement. It could be from they don't want to wake up and they just want to, stay in bed in the sense and do classwork. But whatever the case is, these in-person events is helping to create excitement for getting them involved in school, knowing the reason behind why they're coming here and why they're, we're investing all of this time and energy and care and love that we give for all these students. So in one of the pictures I want to really focus on is the one at the kind of the top left there, right next to where it's all the folks that are right there. This is with our entire RVA staff and several of our students here. And it has been a great opportunity because some of those students there, they had just recently transferred and they were not feeling quite welcomed yet into the community. They were still kind of getting to know how folks were. And it was fantastic to see the other RVA students just welcome them with open arms. And that had nothing to do with, of course, with our teachers and staff, but it was student to student interactions. Those were the kind of inclusive environments that we wanted to create there as well. And lastly, too, we have partnered with other various vendors as well. How Money Works in Crestline, we partnered in. That has been fantastic for that. Mountain Counseling and Family Services does partner in there as well. We did an escape room back in Halloween time or October for that. And it has been fantastic. We can want to continue to promote these events. And we hope as we are applying for the community grants, and knock on wood, hopefully we do get the grant for that, we can use that towards increasing some of these events so we can continue to keep these sustainable and welcome for all of our communities and student families. All right, and that is it on my end. Any questions?
I've been asking mine.
Me too. I think I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Moving right along, 9.7, Ed Services, presentation of the Tomorrow's Readiness Starts Today, ERST pilot project for early childhood and family support, fiscal impact none. Hello, Jen Whiteside.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, trustees and you can, for having us here today. Just wanted to start out by saying that it's the partnerships that we make along the way that can create opportunities for our district, and this is a prime example of that. In fact, it's almost exactly to the day that Director Heather Smith from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools reached out to me because I was sitting next to her in a meeting a month prior and said, I'm thinking of this project. I'm wondering if RIM would want to be a part of it. So a pilot project that they were looking for in terms of Tomorrow's Readiness Starts Today, a small district, which RIM is the example of the pilot. We have Morongo, I believe, is the middle size and Colton is the large. I hope I don't have that backwards. But essentially our 3 districts are piloting this program, and the initiative essentially is to support family supports at the ages of 0 to 5, and how they could partner with us to make that a possibility. So some of our presentation objectives.
Charles.
Oh, there we go. Switch to the button. We're going to look just briefly at some of these objectives, and then we're going to spend most of the time on the next steps. But just to give you some of the context that was shared with us when we started to investigate this opportunity. Once Director Smith had reached out and started to share what this might look like and how we could expand relationships at 0 to 5, it really sounded intriguing. And once we had Dr. Saviano with us, we were able to engage in that together in several meetings that were in partnership with some of our preschool initiatives, CYBHI, and community schools. So you're going to see a tie-in between all of those things today. So seeing it briefly just on that state and local context, you see this circle a lot in how we're connecting the community. We hear a lot about that with community schools and the great work that our site principals are doing in collaboration with our community specialists. But as we look at many of those initiatives are also many things you're probably hearing in the governor's budget recently. And so I won't go over each of those in the circle, but essentially the early education and connection and relationships with our district, with that community is what this is seeking to kind of fill in terms of that circle. That next slide, and another one you've probably seen pretty frequently in terms of the cradle to career roadmap. Again, a state context to how we're building relationships 0 to 5. I will read this next slide as a mission statement. There we go. So the goal of the project to coordinate services for families with an emphasis on those typically underserved and to connect to current opportunities for support in one coordinated system. Leveraging community schools in San Bernardino County communities, the project will provide families with resources to support with whole child, including basic needs, literacy, school readiness, which lays the foundation for that cradle to career. So again, why do we do these things? Why do we want to build a 0 to 5? Right there, the picture says it all. We want to improve the health and well-being of our children, and we want to start those partnerships with families as early as possible. So when we're even thinking about TK and kinder registrations that happen annually every single year, is that the first time our families have met us, right? Is it the first time they're building relationships with us? And how can we build those relationships at an earlier age? So again, kind of a breakdown, you kind of heard me share quite a bit of what's on that slide already in terms of that alignment 0 to 5, connection to our community schools programs and expansions. The component that San Bernardino County provides to us, aside from the financial, we'll get to that in just a moment, is a referral system. Being on the mountain, we may not have opportunities and access to all the opportunities that exist in San Bernardino County. And so a portion of that and what was at the heart of what Director Smith had shared in the initiative here was how do we support the mountain community with connecting with referrals, whether that's mental health, that's with our local hospital. We have a lot of those partnerships, but what potentially exists off the mountain that they could bring up to the mountain. So as we were hearing the opportunities, we were also thinking about how we would like to expand with our preschool initiative. And so as we were working with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools and basically touring our district, we were wondering how can trust essentially fill the gap here. And so this graphic showing you that gap between the early learning and the TK-12 system. So knowing that we have the TK-12 and we have our preschool at LAE for our special services, how could we expand preschool? So starting to kind of backwards map that and potentially expanding that service in the future, but really closing that gap with UPK and moving into preschool. So essentially this next graphic shows you the objectives, the outcomes, what we're looking to see, the timeline. Timeline really started January 23rd, I think it was, of 2024 with an email and a follow-up with a Zoom. And can we make this possible? What does $250,000 a year for 3 years mean? What could we finance within that? And what initiatives are we already looking into that this could be part of? And so what we looked at, you can kind of see the timeline in terms of the scope of work, how we are going through that process to begin to implement these pieces. So you also see the contract for review later in our board agenda. But that will get us going in the direction of building that preschool. Your next slide there talks about the scope of work, again, it being a 3-year process at $250,000 a year. And we're looking at essentially how we might utilize that to build a UPK supervisor or coordinator who will support us with the preschool development across our district. We have gotten a lot of great news from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools and their entire team in early education. We've really got to give them a huge thank you. Director Smith, Karen Good in early education, really looking for ways to help out RIM. They have a heart for RIM, and it's really cool to see. They have visited our campuses. They have gone across our district to every single elementary school to see where might you put a preschool. They've come to the district office, and then they toured with us the Head Start location at VOE, which is going to be the start of our first preschool. So as we look at this contract and see support for building that preschool connection and slowly but surely kind of moving down that 0 to 5 range of supports and relationships with families, you can see what the deliverables to the LEA are. And their support at San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools has been a crucial part of that, giving us the information, connecting us with San Bernardino County's preschool department so that we could have access to what their supervisors' roles are, their lead teacher, their aide, their curriculum, their professional development and training, so that we could wrap around with their license essentially for the next 3 years and provide a preschool through their license. Now, we can apply for our own down the road. However, at this point, they're going to partner with us and are really eager to provide, here's our training, here's our curriculum, here's our calendar, here's how we do that. And that partnership really will be supported by that UPK coordinator who can coordinate between San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, PSD with San Bernardino County Preschool Department to build that preschool. So essentially, as I mentioned, about $250,000 a year for those 3 years, and then looking at what our our next steps will be as we move past those 3 years. But this is really exciting to have walked the campuses and to see a preschool potentially opening at VOE and then a potential expansion here at the district office. We've already walked rooms, we've already looked at opportunities and how that might expand. So we're not just thinking about now or the March option of opening that preschool, but we're looking at 3 years and further and beyond and what that will look like. I covered most of those already. I'm like breezing past here. So next steps, we're participating in the Trust Steering Committee. I believe Dr. Sevillano will be on their committee through SBCSS. We have that contract for consideration this evening. And then we'll be coordinating with our community specialists with community schools through the COST team, our coordination of supports and services team. And then essentially it's next steps. We could essentially open that preschool as early as March. And so we'll be working on job descriptions, thank you personnel. We'll be looking at all of the opportunities that could be afforded with this grant and supporting us with opening up the preschool. So again, you've seen that program, that calendar, the funding source, and you've got a contract before you this evening. So for consideration, Dr. Sevillano, anything to add there?
Yeah, just one thing, having worked in a very similar program we targeted the students in the kind of 0 to 3 age range, really to start to look at, as we begin and build the preschool, what are the, how we focus on literacy for those students and building those at an early age, as well as what are some potential interventions when we run into students who have needs. So we intervene earlier so those students we can address those learning needs earlier. So when they go into preschool or go to TK, there's a we've already identified and provided some referrals for interventions for those students. And I think that's going to really help us in terms of the students' developmental approach, as we approach those students when they matriculate through the program. So I think there's some really, truly great benefits with this, and that partnership of providing the resources for our district, I think is going to be really helpful with our community as well. So thank you.
Really? Any questions, Evan?
Yes, this is kind of mind blowing. And you mentioned March, and I think of just how involved it was to try and get ELOP going. And we had a full-time individual, with Kaylee being able to focus on that. How in the world do we get this happening even in a couple months? Where does our human resource come from?
Obviously, we're looking at a coordinator to assist us with this project. But the county already has a list of students ready to go that really from the previous program that they weren't able to sustain. So there's definitely already a starting list. I do know that when we looked at the demographics of the students, we saw over 700 students that needed preschool services across the mountain. So really, we think that this really is going to just really meet the beginning needs as we expand. But I think hiring a coordinator as a specialist will help help us get this program started, as well as the county support. Anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would just like to expand that, March was their effort to really support us at our earliest opportunities. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be that expedient, but it gives us the opportunity to start the ball rolling, to hire that UPK coordinator, and to move in that direction. And I think it's a testament to how eager San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools and PSD were to support us, to say, we're getting all of these pieces in line for you to support, and having, I believe it's 6 students that are already ready to go because they're already in the program under their license. So, and the piece to it too is, as parents in our district, and when we're thinking about, okay, when my child is ready for preschool, well, what age am I going to send them and what are my opportunities? I love the opportunity to say that Rim District has an opportunity available for our preschool and to start building those relationships as early as possible. I also want to echo in terms of the interventions and support. Last July, the PTKLF came out, and that is the preschool, transitional kinder, and kinder learning foundations, essentially your standards for those early age based on choice and development, and really all of those essential skills that are going to get you ready for TK, for kinder, for the most successful outcome for our students. So I'm really excited by a lot of the initiatives that we're looking at as we talk about the early education side with the FUS grant, our community schools across our district, the CYBHI for mental health, looking at adult consortium, looking at dual enrollment. We are really trying to provide opportunities for our community, for our kids, for our adults. And RIM's here for you. Okay, we want people to know RIM is here for you from the second that you have that little one.
Is there any coordination between this and the Head Start program, which is also at VOE, right?
It is that Head Start program. So
It is the Head Start program.
Yes, there's a vacant classroom available there. They closed down and they really struggled with trying to get some promotion for students enrolled in that program. But at the same time, this is an opportunity for families who cannot afford to pay for preschool, because preschool is expensive for all of our families, and offers an opportunity for those families to get the services they need. And that's what we're looking for. So to help, and it also allows a sliding scale for other students to backfill that program as well.
And we need a UPK coordinator, but you also need teachers.
Right, looking at a lead teacher and an aide, and in fact, working with PSD, the preschool department through the county and Head Start, and looking at their job descriptions, and essentially we have a lot of information ready to go.
The list of students, are they just on this mountain then, the pre-list that you have?
Yeah.
Have you seen other programs anywhere or visited any of the?
We haven't gone down to see their programs yet, but we've done a couple of Zooms, a couple of different meetings to look at what their program looks like, their recommendations on curriculum, their training. And then of course, touring the campus here at VOE.
And Ms. Whiteside, how is this sustainable financially after the 3 years of the 250,000?
The governor is continuing to fund the UPK program, and obviously that transitional TK as well as preschool. So universal preschool access for all students. So we believe that that's one thing that has been sustained and will continue to be sustained.
So it references throughout your presentation, 0 to 5. I'm assuming with the preschool program, we'll be targeting the 5, 4, 3-year-olds and probably not looking at infants initially.
Not infants initially, but that's part of the referral system that Dr. Smith had referenced, was how do we connect resources so that we can build relationships with RIM district and our community and our families as early as possible. But again, in terms of us expanding the preschool, that's us kind of like working backwards to like get to that younger age. TK as of next year is going to be 3 years, 11 months. So preschool, 2, 3-year-olds. So we're working towards, within that realm of 0 to 5, but getting younger and younger.
Will we be obligated to like child nutrition services? Are we going to have
Yes.
a selection of food then appropriate for those younger littles? Okay.
Absolutely, that would be included.
Educate me. Autism seems to be increasing among young people. At what stage of life do you start to see the effects of autism in a child? And how much might that come out in this as the need?
Can we have our Special Services Director, Ms. Burke,
Yes.
address that?
We were debriefing. I apologize. Nobody asked. Jackie and I were debriefing.
So it seems like autism is increasing in children, that there's a growing number. It seems like that could be one of the areas of need that is going to need referral, need support and all. And I'm just wondering, how do we assess that need and address that need of autism with this program? Part of my question was, how early do you start recognizing that a child potentially has autism?
Yeah, so autism can, we really start to look at, well, we don't as a school district. Medical professionals start to look at it as early as 18 months. 18 months. And it can be diagnosed as early as 18 months. And those are pretty significant cases. But there's been a lot of research as to, Asperger's and autism to the autism spectrum. And some students could fall on the autism spectrum and not be identified until high school because it's not necessarily a severe case. But the medical professionals definitely can diagnose as early as 18 months. With that, as a school district, school psychologists cannot diagnose for anything. We can do psychoeducational assessments and assess in areas of concern. And if autism is an area of concern, we can see if they have autistic-like behaviors that impact their education, and then they would qualify under the eligibility of autism. But we definitely, as a school district, cannot diagnose for autism. So some of those characteristics could be difficult with age-like interactions. But the school psychologists definitely have training in how to identify autistic-like behaviors that could impact their general education. I we could pull up the eligibility qualifications 10 years ago versus today for sure to see if there's been like a percentage change of an increase in the eligibility of autism. You know, there's 13 eligibilities for special education, autism being one of them. To see if we see an increase in autism being an eligibility. But I think with the awareness around autism and the switch from Asperger's to a spectrum, we are able to identify more kids as having autistic-like behaviors or characteristics that impede their ability to access the general education. So not necessarily more autistic kids, but more students that have autistic-like behaviors that impact their ability to access the general education. So there's been like a definite shift in the last 10-ish years that has impacted our numbers, definitely.
I could see families with children with autistic-like behaviors as having a greater need for this program.
Yeah. And, you know, there is, you know, theories out there and research articles out there about like, food dyes, right? Do food dyes or vaccines, right? And so, but that's all theories and research. And as technology changes, it's always popping up as could this be a cause or lead to autism? And so, you know, as like I said, as technology changes, I think we're going to continue to see that argument as does X cause Y or does Y cause Z? But
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nine point eight, education services, presentation of graduation rate and A through G completion rate for Rim of the World High School. Fiscal impact none. Welcome, Mr. Willemse.
You guys look like you need another report. Let's do it.
I think we need your assistant to give us some of those chocolate chip cookies you have.
I know not what you're referring to. All right, want to take a moment to take a look at some of the data from the high school and what we're looking at, and then dovetail it into not only just looking at the data, but what story is it telling us? And, you know, a month and a half from now, we have our full lost self study. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time at the end taking a look at our goals, which I hope we will see some connection between the data and the goals, as is the objective, right? So first I wanted to take a look at, I wanted to take a look at our EL data because that's a pretty big area of focus for us. In recent years, our staff has done an amazing job of reclassifying a lot of students. Our student population, you know, the state target to refer reclassification is 10%. And over the last 3 years, we reclassified 15, then 22, then 26. We reclassified over a quarter of our ELs last year, which is really, really, really strong. But there's kind of a negative view on our dashboard because reclassifications don't count on your dashboard. As soon as a student reclassifies, we do that as quickly as possible because what we can do is we can pull that student out of their ELD class and we can put them in an elective and give them better opportunities. So that may have a negative impact on the dashboard, but it's an appropriate thing to do for kids.
Yes.
And so we will always make that decision. And then dovetailing with this, so we reclassified all of the students. We also had something very unique happen, or not unique, globally speaking, but unique for RIM, is we've been gifted many more ELs than what we're used to at the high school level. So if you look at our LPAC levels, we have 62 total EL students, and 26 of them are either not tested or level ones. 22 out of those 26 enrolled in this school in the United States for the first time, either last year or this year. So those are just numbers that we haven't dealt with in the past, right? And so that's why ELs need to be a focus. Our team did a great job. We are moving students along. We lowered our number of LTELs that we have at the school, but now we have a unique situation that we haven't dealt with at RIM in recent years. So we are working with Ms. Whiteside, working with our team, we are developing, systems and supports to get these, our new students the support that they need. But the biggest challenge that we're running into right now is, so out of those 22 that we were just, that we enrolled recently, there's the entire gamut of, I've got no educational experience versus I've got a complete educational experience. So if I get a 16-year-old, for example, who has a complete educational experience because maybe they grew up in a city, great, I can plug them into our normal classes. But if I get a student who is at a, has had 3 or 4 years of schooling in the last 16 years, those are two very different needs. Now I spread that out across 4 grade levels. Now I spread it, and that's speaking to the need that we have right now. We are making a lot of progress. There's a lot of good work being done, but it is definitely a challenge that we're facing. As far as our CAS scores are concerned, we maintained basically in math, and we did drop a little bit in English. It's a rough comparison, particularly at a comprehensive high school. We test 1 grade level. So back to your question, Adriana, what you were asking Jeremy, is it's really hard to tell, is there growth or was there, because the only data I have is last year's students versus the year before students. That's right, it's cross-sectional data. The last time this group tested because of COVID was in their 6th grade year, right? So that makes it tough to compare year to year, even though the dashboard really likes to do that. I did throw some comparisons up there of some similar high schools, desert, mountain, one high school district sort of thing. So we are basically, more or less where the other high schools are. RIM is the first one on each of the charts, but that doesn't change the fact that we're not where we need to be, right? So yes, we can understand why, but we're not exactly where we need to be. So more importantly, what are we doing about it? And we're actually doing a lot of things, and some of the things that we won't reap the benefits for a couple of years. So we obviously increased the PLCs, right? We were at, just a couple of years ago, we were at 7, right? And now we're at 29 at the high school level. That's something that we haven't had ever, except for the last couple of years. That means that it has allowed us to build that guaranteed and viable curriculum. The common assessments are being used across, are implemented and being used across core subjects. And there's an alignment at the high school that there simply haven't been in recent years. And so we're really excited as that's coming through to see a lot of that growth. Also this year, we implemented iReady, which is making it now a district-wide implementation. So we'll be able to have that data on the students from their elementary grades all the way up and see those gaps in learning. We just gave our 2nd benchmark. We did see growth between the 1st and the 2nd. And that's, now we're starting to build that data behind the students and find those gaps. Our teachers are still in the process of getting fully trained on it. So really I would count next year as the first full implementation year at the high school level. And then we also have inclusion going. This year we have inclusion at the 9th and the 10th grade level. So obviously if I tested 11th grade, I don't know that, but I do know I have a much larger proportion of students with IEPs in general education classes, and they are earning credits and making progress. So I won't see that benefit in, say a CAF score until the 11th grade year, which would be the next academic school year. Feel free to stop me, but Bethany told me I couldn't take too long.
Does the dashboard take into consideration at all the fact that, what did Bethany say?
She said I couldn't take too long, so.
Okay. Does the dashboard take into consideration at all the what level the student comes into the school at?
Yeah, sure.
I didn't think so.
No. And that's what, in the elementary and the middle schools, there is, you can track a group of kids, right? You're testing in 6th, 7th, and 8th. So you're losing a grade and gaining grade. So you do get some of that, longitudinal data, but we just don't get it at the high school. So it's just so hard to compare. And so what we saw last year, for example, was we didn't quite get where we needed to be, but we did see some growth, right? And that was reflected on the dashboard. But we kind of maintained, dropped a little. We haven't really changed that much, but then that's reflected on the dashboard, right? So it kind of cuts both ways. Our AP data, I think, is very, very, very telling. We have seen in recent years an increased participation in AP. We have seen an increased number of tests taken, but we've also seen an increase in the students who've passed with a 3 or better. Almost 3/4 of our students who take an AP class pass the test. And that's pretty remarkable data. However, that's data that we have to reconcile with our CASP data, right? So I'm clearly servicing the students with an AP course really, really well. But if I have 3/4 of my students, for example, passing math AP tests, but I'm sitting at the proficiency levels that I'm sitting at, that's telling me something that I'm servicing a portion of my student body really, really well, but there's a portion of the student body that we're not. And I think that's kind of the theme that the data starts to tell us in a few different areas.
So question about the terminology here. So like looking at the last row, percent of total AP students with scores 3+, are you talking about an individual student who might have taken 5 AP tests and got one of them a 3+, but might have gotten 2s or 1s on the other?
Yeah, so it's any student who took an AP test who also passed with a 3 or better. So yes, that scenario would count. But it's not 75% of all AP tests were passed, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, that's what I was trying to just make sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
all right, just thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so we have offered additional AP courses. We do see students taking those at greater rates, which we're really happy about. We do see that progress, but like I said, there are some implications in that data as well. As far as discipline data, this is one area we're really excited about. We did see an increase in suspension rate last year. And quite frankly, if someone does something wrong, the duty and responsibility to keep the school safe, we're going to use that tool that we have. However, we did recognize last year that we were suspending at a higher rate than we had in previous years. And our MTSS team really took that head on at the beginning, or throughout last year and into this year. We implemented a lot of new systems and strategies. We have new behavioral guidelines. We have a new cell phone policy. And if you look at our discipline data for first semester of this school year versus first semester of last school year, that's what those two graphs are, okay? And if you see that we are seeing a dramatic decrease. So those are the number of suspendable violations that we put into areas, right? So 2 kids get in a fight, that's 2 violations that go into areas. So like if it said we did not have 30 fights, don't spread the rumors, right? But if you look at, if we take a look at our main violations, we had 84 suspendable violations first semester of last school year. We had 23 this year. That's a reduction of 75%. So even if it spiked, shout out to Mr. Keeney for that. So this is showing in real time that we're making progress in the discipline world. I think cell phones are a big part of that for sure. But we also have a lot of other interventions that we're able to implement that we weren't in the past. We started a brief intervention program with Room Family Services. Every time a kid is caught with a vape, they go into drug counseling right on campus. They get a 3 session in-person, one-on-one with a counselor that we're able to do through our coordination with Room Family Services. There's so many, we're starting groups with mountain counseling and anger management, lots and lots of different services that we're able to provide, which I think is leading to the numbers that we're seeing.
Spectacular.
That's amazing about the cell phones. I never really thought of it that way, but it does stop a lot of that, right?
Yeah, I think the byproduct of what it is, we see, I don't want to give the impression that there's not a cell phone in any Rim High School classroom, like that's not true, but there is a baseline usage. Even we had our school site council today, which obviously has students on it, and one of the parents asked how the cell phone policy was going. And I told the students, all right, stop me if I'm saying something wrong here. And I said, I don't think it's perfect across campus. The kids are like, absolutely. I said, but I think the baseline cell phone usage is way lower than anything at all the students on school site council said. Absolutely, 100%. It gives students less opportunities to meet up, during class period, talk not kindly to each other during class, right? There's so many different things. I think that is a big impact for sure.
Does that mean we should reduce it more?
One step at a time, sir. All right, college and career data. This year is the first time it became a color on the dashboard. We are seeing increases in our A through G completion rate, as well as increases in our college and career readiness. There are two things in particular. That we're not seeing the benefits of yet because we've started at the lower levels. Number one is last year we started every ninth grader on an A through G track. We implemented new scheduling guidelines to help all students start on the A through G track. We're not trying to force students into one direction. We're trying to give students as wide of a path as possible. Since those students haven't graduated yet, we haven't seen the benefits of that because this is obviously from graduating seniors. The other one is our inclusion model. Back to that, we have far more students with IEPs that will be A through G and be college and career ready. And so, as those students cycle out, we will see the benefit of those. So we're really excited to see what happens in those two. But despite that, we are seeing the steady increase in growth. We have had alignment of our CTE pathways that helps. We kind of streamline some of the courses to make the core pathway completion a little bit better. That factors into this. That's a really important piece as well. And it's just about providing most number of opportunities to the most kids possible. That's what we're looking at. So we have a little ways to go, obviously, but we are happy with the trajectory and we're starting to see some real growth, and we're excited to see what the new with these upcoming groups are able to accomplish because of what we structurally changed in how we schedule kids.
And all of our courses now that really do qualify as A through G are recognized as A through G?
Yes, sir, they are.
Thank you for that.
Yes, there was a couple of gaps when that we kind of uncovered serendipitously a couple of years ago. Those have all been closed and the courses are all A through G. Absolutely. Our graduation rate. So we had an interesting thing happen with our graduation rate that, caused me to have, minor heart palpitations, but I think we figured it out. So we've been pretty consistent with graduation rate for the last few years. Jeremy alluded to this in his as well. We did see a little bit of a dip last year. We're still above the state and the county. However, it's been a while since Grand has had a below 90% graduation rate. If you look at how many students we had 174 last year, 163 graduated. There was 2 non-grads and there were 9 special education students that carried on to the last year. That gave us a graduation rate of 93.6%. So why does the dashboard show below that? The reason why is if you scale all the way back, this last year's graduating groups freshman year was the 2020-21 school year. As Jamie will attest, we had a large drop in enrollment that year. If a kid leaves our district and they're picked up by another district, say Redlands, right? That kid's no longer ours. If that kid leaves our district and we don't know where they end up, out of state, private, we don't get contact, then we basically eat that kid in our graduation rate. We had a larger group than normal in that. So instead of my 174 that were enrolled, it said we had 189 and that skewed our graduation rate. We did not have any material change in our graduation rate than what we normally have in previous years, even though it does look like it. It's mainly a product of that COVID year being their freshman year and us losing a lot of kids.
I'm hearing 2 things. One, the EL reclassification rate, technicality, and our graduation rate technicality are, maybe this is an area to look into. How is the state calculating these things and should we shift it? Because I think based on your explanation, it doesn't sound very fair to say these kids are not part of your district. They still count.
Well, and we are working with Ed Services, working with Veronica Palaio. If there's a little bit of a different way we can code the kids, and if there's something different we can do on our end, I think this has always been something that's been bubbling below the surface for us, but we haven't dealt with that large of numbers. So it hasn't necessarily, we have a pretty stable population, right? We're not a school district that sees 50% transition rate or anything like that. And so I think we're finding some ways to not have it county gives us.
If I may just have, Ms. Whiteside just comment on the reporting side of things.
Yeah, so as Brian was alluding to, we've been looking at how things are coded, right? So a lot has to do with that 2021 school year with regard to COVID and, but also the coding, right? So CalPads, right? And how you're putting it in the coding. Let's say you have a 470, that's a no-show, a 160 is a transfer anywhere, and we know where you went. If you use either one of those codes, you're solid. It's not going to impact our grad rate. But if we end up with a 140 left in next school not known, or a 400 other unknown, because we don't get that CUME request, we don't get that follow-up, that can skew the numbers, because then, as Brian alluded to, they still count towards our graduation rate, and it shows that they did not graduate even though they're no longer at risk. And so it's interesting because, you know, again, working with the high school team on that coding to make sure that, you know, they do a great job systemizing, following up, calling schools, calling parents, trying to find out so that we have less of those codes that hit our grad rate. But yes, that collaboration has been amazing. And, you know, as we find a layer of the onion, we peel it back, we fix it, we put it in the stir fry. I don't know. It's getting late.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamsey, thank you for a thorough report and an open report and honest. But you skipped two things that I think you need to go back to. And they're very serious. And the first one is that you are allowing for more CTE pathway completers. Congratulations. And the second one is internships begin in the spring of 2025. Hooray.
Okay, yes, both of those things are true. All right, so as we're saying this is we're looking at this, and this data takes an extra degree of importance this year because of our WASC self-study that the report is done. We are waiting, it will get uploaded basically next week. And then our WASC report, our WASC committee comes on March 16th through the 19th. But so as a part of this, we need to formulate goals, right? And we need to say, okay, based off of where we were, and this data is a piece of it, but there's also much more behind it. But this data kind of led us to a couple of places, and this is basically where we're going to be focusing with our WASC goals. Our first one is to continue to refine systems and build a more robust approach to support all students, especially our English learners, right? Focusing in on our English learner needs. The second one is to continue to build and refine our guaranteed and viable curriculum and common assessments and get those fully implemented across all subjects. The third one is to continue to work toward full inclusion implemented at all grade levels. And the fourth one is to develop a more inclusive culture that connects all students to the campus community. Right, so that whole, we're servicing some groups of students particularly well, we're servicing some groups of students a little bit less well, and we need to do a better job of that. And this will be, and you'll hear plenty about it in the months to come. I just wanted to give you a little preview of what the WASC goals were, but we have a whole set of action steps, and there'll be much, much more. But you know, we see these as our area of need. This is developed through our staff, our site leadership team, our school site council. And I think there's a pretty strong agreement that this is where the high school needs to be headed. And that's it.
Do you have any predictions
Predictions?
for WASC?
No, because that would be bad luck, sir.
It's never best. I don't know. It seems like you guys are doing a pretty good job there. I think I have high hopes you will do well in your WASC report. No.
I very much appreciate the explanation as far as the graduation rate. And in terms of knowing that how well we've been graduating EL students, it's been logical to me that our percentage over time would go down. But to know that we've had this influx, and that's got to be incredibly challenging in terms of, as we don't have the resources already built in to deal with such a large number of students who don't have that preparation. So hang in there, and thank you for letting us know.
No, the team's doing a really good job, and I recognize they're small numbers by maybe other school standards, but they're pretty large numbers by room standards.
They aren't necessarily resourced.
Yeah, and it's just a new reality that we haven't faced yet, and but the team's working hard to figure it out and serve the kids the best we can.
Thank you. Nine point nine, educational services, presentation of the California School Dashboard data, fiscal impact, none.
And back. All right. So just to give you a little context with what you have looking at our California school dashboard, a lot of information we were able to share with you during the CASP report in the fall. So some of the information I might go a little quicker through, but to show you what resources that you have in front of you. So you do have the same presentation that you see, but also I gave you a copy of our dashboard report. So this is stapled for you. If you go through that, you can see our dashboard for 24 on the front, 23 on the back, following the same convention by school following it. So you could see that as we go through the presentation today, kind of what the difference was between 23 and 24 in those major areas. All right, so as part of the LCAP process and building those relationships, and as you've heard in many presentations tonight, we've got our major 3 goals that we align our LCAP to. Priority 1 with our student learning and instructional process, 2 with our safe schools and our positive climate, and 3 in our family and community engagement. But it's important to know that part of building those relationships includes that transparency and looking at our data and recognizing where we are, where we can go, and how we can grow from there, and how we support student learning outcomes, social emotional well-being, and college and career readiness. And again, as we alluded to previously, the partnerships that we're making to really expand that 0 to 5 through adult ed and dual enrollment opportunities. In the slides, since I know you can access the digital version as well, there are links in there because some of the questions that we get often are, how do you get from red to orange? Or how do you get from yellow to green? And I've got a chart for that. But if you want to dive deeper into some of those and kind of the one-pagers of what that looks like, you've got some links available to you on that slide. So what are the updates in 2024? Science arrives. Yay! And so with that arrival of science, you're going to see that it's not necessarily represented in a color on the dashboard, but that it will represent a color as years move forward. We have a new student group, that is the LTELs, or the long-term English learners, and that you are looking at 7 years or more in some definitions and 6 years or more in other definitions. And when we look at that, that's also probably why you heard over the summer that we're not currently testing TKs anymore. So we've gone back and forth between 6 and 7 years, and because we're not testing TK, it's likely to go back to 6, but 7 is still on the books in terms of the LTELs. And that's also why on your elementaries, you likely will not see an LTEL group represented in terms of your dashboard yet. So in terms of the federal designation, we like acronyms. Yay, we're in education. We've heard of CSI, we've heard of ATSI, but now for the first time you have TSI, Targeted School Improvement. So they've added another layer because CSI and ATSI are now 2-year designations. We have 2 schools in CSI currently, as at PHN Mountain, but in your off year, so since they're identifying every 2 years, if they identify a new area of support, then you'll be in TSI. Some other designations you often hear is differentiated assistance. Our district is in DA. I'll talk to you about that in a later slide. But those are some of the supports that are provided at the state or the federal level. And that's again, based on looking at our dashboard and where we stand. So just as a reminder, your state measures of that academic performance, your English learner progress. Thought I'd make the distinction, especially since we were just looking at reclassification rate and kind of looking at, well, when you see that EL is identified as a student group, how does reclassification tie in? Well, it doesn't. But what does tie in is your LPAC level. And your LPAC level is getting you closer to reclassification. So based on jumping multiple levels on the LPAC, they have like a 1A, 1B, a 2A, 2B, a 3A, a 3B. If you jump 2 levels, your LP goes up. And I have a chart for that. It's coming. I know you're excited. But so with that, I just thought I'd explain kind of that designation. Chronic absenteeism, grad rate, suspension rate, college and career. Those are the state measures that we look at. And then your local measures, you often see those in June when we look at the local indicators. So the chart I shared with you. So when you're looking at the red, orange, the yellow, the green, the blue, if you will, go back to this chart. This will tell you what you need to change. So if you're English and math, you need an improvement by 3 points of the DFS, and that's distance from standard. So what you saw in your presentation in the fall was met or exceeded percentages. And now what you see with your dashboard is distance from standard. So when you see that dash and a number after it, that's how far away we are from standard. So if you can change that by 3 points, you'll see an improvement with English and math. For the suspension rate, if you see a decline of 0.3 or 0.5, and it gives you 2, because to get to yellow or higher, there's a requirement for a reduction by 0.5. So they just give you 2 kind of categories to fall in. Chronic absenteeism, you need a decline of 0.5, 3 percentage points for yellow or higher. And then your grad rate, as long as you're over 68% and you see an increase by 1 percentage point. And again, this is how you jump from one color to the next or by multiple colors. And then that LP, as I mentioned, that's at 2 percentage points or 10 percentage points for yellow or higher. So when you're looking at the comparison from 23 to 24, you can look at that chart and identify, okay, how did we do? So in our county, San Bernardino County, has 33 school districts with districts ranging from 100 students to 50,000. Here's the information about RIM. I stole that picture online. It's kind of fun. It pops up when you Google and you see an Instagram photo of RIM. It's a really cool one, seeing the high school there with the clouds and the fog coming through. But essentially looking at our population so that when we do say, let's say a student group has been identified for differentiated assistance, or there was a big jump either up or down, our student population is going to see that impact in percentage because of our size, if you will. You know, a district with 20,000 kids isn't going to see the movement of that percentage the same way that a 100 population district is. So in terms of looking at some of our other criteria there, socioeconomically disadvantaged at 60.6%, English learners 9%, and our foster youth is at 0.5. Your next 2 slides, I thought I would just share with you that there are some resources with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools with the Open Data Portal where you can compare RIM to our county as a whole, to other districts, similar to what you saw in some of the earlier presentations. You can make a comparison of other like districts in our county. And so when you look at those numbers as well, you can look at that comparison across the board for English and in terms of your claims and targets there. One thing I thought I would mention, again, this is a comparison, kind of a larger version showing all of the districts that are part of the SBCSS data sharing agreement. I think you saw in Brian's earlier, just a few of those districts, but you are able to go on there and kind of compare. So if you have a district in mind, you can reduce the view and see how we're doing. But to the point that we heard earlier of, let's say for 11th grade, they haven't tested since 8th grade when you're looking at the dashboard. We just started this year with expanding iReady to the secondary. And by doing that, we've been able to partner with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools with the local data assessment project. And we saw that from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, 70% of our students across our district increased in English and 72% increased in math. And that's an ability for us to see the iReady score for all grade levels. And so any of those grades that don't test in secondary at the high school, we're able to see their iReady scores at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year, as your iReady scores are typically a predictor of CASP and their CASP performance. So really exciting to see that even with the power outages, the line fire, snow, whatever it might be, 70% of our students increased in English and 72% in math since the beginning of the year, based on our iReady. So looking at our identifications, again, I shared with you, you've got this packet here so you can go into more depth on the data, 23 to 24. I thought we would play a little game of spot the difference. We all used to look at the highlights magazines as kids, right? You see the spot the difference essentially. And you've got from 2023 to 2024. And what I did at the bottom here was identify any areas that are highlighted in yellow are our areas of growth. So as a district, we saw growth in English, math, our grad rate, and chronic absenteeism. So again, we're either maintaining or growing as a district. Doing some great work in the suspension rate is where all of our school sites have developed MTSS plans and continuing that work on our LP. So for CHE, great gains in both English and math, jumping from orange to green. Chronic absenteeism, orange to yellow, and suspension rate, red to orange. And again, if you see one of those areas where it says no performance color, that means that they didn't meet that minimum of at least 11 students. For Lake Arrowhead Elementary, we see maintaining or gaining in English, in suspension rate, and chronic absenteeism. For VOE, a growth in English from orange to yellow, math maintaining, chronic absenteeism maintaining, and a growth for their LB. So again, that being your English learner performance indicator. For MPH, maintaining with their English at orange to orange, math red to orange, and their chronic absenteeism from red to yellow. So showing growth in those areas. And then Mountain High School, some areas, again, as we've talked, Mountain is a small school, and so again, not meeting that 11 or more threshold for an identifier. So there's a lot of grade out with Mountain. Something to note that we are also looking at this year is the equity multiplier. Equity multiplier is identified for schools that have a non-stability rate of over 25%. And we're looking at whether Mountain could be one of those schools that, because they have so much change in and out, that they may be identified. We don't have it official yet, but that would come with some funding opportunities and support, additional support from Mountain. Okay, quality. RIM Virtual Academy, English going from red to orange, suspension rate staying at the blue, chronic absenteeism as well. And then as you just saw with RIM High, looking at that math going from yellow to yellow, and you had a pretty extensive, awesome presentation that just occurred, so I won't stay too far on that slide. Overall, again, showing you that difference between 23 and 24, you can see the color changes across our district. And how those color changes have occurred. But what, the meat of the presentation, right, as I'm wrapping up here, is looking at how are we addressing these things? What are some of the things that we are working on to support? So what you see in these screenshots up here, on the left, assessment calendar. As we talked about, our iReady is across our district, kinder through 12th. And it's given us an opportunity to see where students are in their English and math proficiency across the grade levels, which is a great predictor for CAS. But we're also in the process of identifying our assessment system. So we know we take CAS, summative, end of the year, right? What are your formative assessments along the way? And that's where our teams are building their GDC or their guaranteed and viable curriculum and their common assessments. And then how does iReady play into that? iReady is giving you a diagnostic of your English and math proficiency to support our teachers with their universal design and lesson design. So as we look at a student's LP level, when we look at a 504 or an IEP, when we look at our English or math proficiencies, we have an ability to universally design and make sure that inclusion and equity are part of the process. What do you see on the right side? Something exciting that we're working on. We are working on a spreadsheet that will have all grade levels and content areas, GDC-based guides, and common assessments in one spot. And so this picture right here is giving you that progress so far. Today, our instructional coaches worked with our 5th grade team. They have another 5th grade day next week. And looking at those standards, how are they aligning those standards? How are they planning for those common assessments? And what does that look like? And then that back picture behind, that picture was a result of our PD day. Our elementary instructional coach, Tosa, worked with our elementary team to identify entry and exit points for every grade level and what that looks like for math and what skills should they have coming in, what skills should they have going out to prepare them for the next grade level. So a lot of the great work that you're hearing in those GDC team days, looking at that instruction, deconstructing the standards, the great work that Mountain and MPH are doing with Solution Tree, those are going to make a difference. And it's going to take some time, but we're already seeing some of those areas of growth. Like I mentioned, I really want to celebrate that iReady progress, because they say the first year is the year that you have the most learning curve with using it, and that you see the impact to the scores, and to see the growth with the challenges that have happened just through this far into the school year is really encouraging. A breakdown on this slide, essentially all the ways that we connect. One of the pieces that's key is that communication and connecting and aligning with all of our teams, from our board to our cabinet, to management, to principals roundtable, to site leadership teams or guiding coalitions. I'm gonna steal that from MPH, it's a great name. And how we work with our department chairs and our PLC time, so that our teachers have that opportunity to collaborate, so that they're building those GDCs, they're looking at those essential standards, they're working together and as truly a RIM family. And so you're seeing in there some examples of some of the committees we have, like attendance, the inclusion steering committee that we already got great emails and feedback on, and I just kind of want to go on that for just a few seconds if you'll allow. Having an opportunity to see your elementary, middle, and high school teams talk about what inclusion looks like at each of their levels, and having the ahas of how to connect the dots, and looking at it from a student and a parent view, going through that portrait of a graduate for a student with special services, was really, really encouraging, and to see the next steps with that work. We're looking at GATE, dual enrollment, adult education, preschool, budget, mountain research lab. I couldn't possibly put all the committees on there. But the work that is happening is truly part of that connection of our teams. And again, aligning all of our initiatives. What is our through line for a student going TK or preschool now, all the way up? And how do we connect those pieces for our teams? What trainings are we offering? Another acronym coming your way is the RDRS, which is the Reading Difficulty Screener. We formerly known as the Dyslexia Screener. When you have a new diagnostic or a new screener, what happens next? What are the interventions associated with that? And our team has been ahead of the game. I want to thank Mr. Hansen and Ms. Burke for their efforts with bringing Orton Gillingham in, and really that expanding to all of our elementaries and some of our middle school teachers to say, how are we addressing literacy? How are we providing that support? On an ongoing, we are working with vendors. What can you offer? What does this look like for our teams? How is this financially the best option for us? How do we ensure we're not duplicating services or, the same platforms that can do the same things? But looking at opportunities for our kids, and then attending county training so that we're not just connecting within our district, but across our county. So I know a lot of information, but what do we do with all this information and all the steps that are being taken and the actions? That's where your administrators do a great job working with their guiding coalitions, their leadership teams, their school site councils, their PTAs, their community schools initiatives. Really want to give a huge applause to our site administrators. They are going through so many different pieces, putting the puzzle pieces together and working together as they do it for that vertical alignment. And so as they take this information, take it to their needs assessments, and really go and dive into that plan, do, study, act, that's where meaningful pieces are really going to happen. So of course, as I will, right, I'm going to throw an LCAP plug in there. The LCAP workshop is next week. If you're interested in providing your feedback, there's a QR code up there. We love all feedback from our community and our educational partners. We look forward to the opportunity to sharing more with you and what we do with the dashboard, our next steps, our actions, and how we align them. Any questions? That quick. I know we've had a lot of presentations. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Nine point 10, Business Services, update of budget and enrollment report by Jenny Haberlin, Chief Business Official.
Well, thank you very much. I do not have a PowerPoint this evening, but I did put some notes on a slide that I went ahead and included in a packet for you. And I wanted to start off, a lot of what I was going to talk about too, and it was going to be very short. A lot of you already discussed from the AEC conference and the budget workshops that go on there, to school services that we were all out yesterday. And talking about Prop 98, the governor's budget. And so I'll try not to be super repetitive because I think you did a really great job and did a lot of my work for me. We also do enjoy the opportunity, like you did at CSBA, being able to talk on the breaks and be at the conference yesterday. And, you know, what did that mean? What did this mean? And what about us? We also get to see prior colleagues and auditors we've worked with, county personnel. So it was a good conference. I think didn't enjoy driving down to Anaheim as much because of the freeways. Yeah, it would be, we're looking forward to the May revise. So just giving a shout out, you know, I understand that will be virtually. So we'll be signing us all up and maybe we can do some watch party. I think that was a great idea. We talked about that and getting more people so they can hear the budget, see the budget, and it's just not, you know, the budget according to a couple of us. So I wanted to, I wrote a couple things down while we were talking with the auditor and saying different things about the UPP percent and the divide amongst amount per student. And I didn't bring it with me because I wasn't thinking about it. We just talked about it, but there was one slide that I saw recently that there was a $5,000 difference between us and another school in San Bernardino County. And when that's a per student amount, and I think it's hard to message, you know, that on, because you're talking about, you know, if you have, you know, 10,000 students, just how much more dollars that brings, and hearing a lot of, you know, sometimes they don't even know how to spend it all. So we're going like, well, you know, we gladly spend that for you. And then one of the, in our workshop, and maybe we can incorporate this into second interim, there was a slide about the amount of one-time dollars in districts' budgets over the last 4 years. And we've had, I think, a lot of discussion on that and kind of that infusion of federal, state COVID dollars. Even going back to the Jerry Brown days, where it was, okay, in bad budget times, here's flexibility, here's funds. And I believe from memory from the slide yesterday, was it close to like 9%, 6 or 7%, 8% of a district budget was one-time dollars. And so just how that does kind of save the day, you know, for a lot of us being able to offset expenditures. So, and another thing too is one of the things with the 115 trust, as you know, multitask a little bit here. We do have a meeting next week with a vendor who puts those trusts together. He was formerly with Cooperative Strategies, kind of jump ship. He works with Keenan now, and they reached out for other things, you know, just to keep kind of some partnerships alive. And one of the things he had requested, and when I peeked at my email, is our actuarial study of the OPEB. So, and what we do, and every year we have to pay to have that done, but it is a lot of super geek talk with the accounting and you know, our longevity tables, our death rate tables, on how, you know, for me, you know, you started having, and just so people understand kind of what we're talking about, I'll spend like 30 seconds on it. When I'm a first employee, you know, and I plan on retiring from RIM, you have a pension obligation for me, you know, starting when I'm maybe a 30-year-old. Okay, and being able to have the future cost that RIM has for that obligation And with different laws that have passed, we've had to recognize what that cost is to governmental agencies, not just school districts, fire, counties, cities. So that's kind of people who are like, wait, what are you guys talking about? It's kind of putting some numbers on those employment benefits and the trust. So I'll keep you updated on some of those meetings, and we'll look forward to talking about it in the future. And taking that plunge, it becomes a little bit easier if you have one-time money that can go for operational expenditures or salaries, like if we can have an opportunity for that. So that's kind of my soapbox on stuff prior to what I was here to talk about. But just real quick, I have kind of our routine. Month 5 attendance was the last attendance reporting, and that was December 20th. So we're already gearing up for month 6, just kind of how board meetings fell. And if you look at our enrollment for the end of month 5, 2890, we're actually up about 21 students since then. Since winter break to January, about 21 students.
Up?
Yes. So we're excited about that. And sometimes they're in categories that are a little bit more expensive to educate. We even, it is some little ones that we're getting to. So, our corresponding ADA is just on the next page. You'll see that. We are running still a 91 and change % attendance rate. So we do have 2 days that with the line fire, we've shared this before, that we'll be able to recoup that for a material decrease day, that they fell below 90%. That was that Thursday and Friday that we came back to school. So we'll include that with our J13 for the wind and the snow days and the line fire days. And so we'll compare, for at least those 2 days district-wide, we'll be able to recoup that to our average. Our average, though, has been bouncing around 91, 92, 93 at the most. But district-wide right now, we're at 91.5 attendance rate. So looking at that, ways to improve attendance, and we've had a slide before on what, how incremental the every %, 0.5% is to the bottom line of our budget. So that is a goal to look at our attendance rate. CHE and RVA 95.02 for the Strive for 95 and 93.26 for CHE. I know that we're having some conversations off the, outside of the board meetings on, do we change this type of slogan? And is it, instead of focusing on the money or focusing on the fiscal impact, focusing on maybe what a child has missed? What I've missed today, what you've missed today. And so that will have to be a discussion we have on, we need to look at the numbers for us, but on how our communication to our stakeholders, instead of just dollars and cents, is it what the meals, the opportunity for services and referrals that are coming with grants, internship possibilities. We have all these things that I think they touched on it real super briefly, maybe in a sentence yesterday, how to make that a welcoming environment for kids to stay in school. So because it does impact the money, with more money, we can improve services. The next page is just a summary by school, something that my allergies, once I sat up here, I'm sorry. And you can look at that at your leisure. I wanted to just, and most of the stuff I put in this PowerPoint, you have already mentioned in some way or another. But the initial thoughts on the California 25-26 proposed budget for schools. Our administrators in the room too have already heard this because I made a slide and I just added a little bit to it for tonight. But we have a fully funding current COLA of 2.43. That's a little bit of an increase than December, but it's a decrease from July. So where it was about 2.9. We already talked about the fully funding Prop 98, and just a reminder to people and for advocacy, Prop 98 is a mandatory floor. It's a mandatory minimum of what the state constitution, expects the legislatures to fund us at. And we already talked also about the governor attempting to manipulate Prop 98 again. And so, just keeping up with school services, CSBA, and the different advocates who would help fight that on our behalf. Although our enrollment, we had some good news. Statewide enrollment is declining and statewide ADA is low. We've already, one of you talked about the California has a volatile tax structure, which, what will happen with new administration, the fires, it only takes a couple people to move California who are in that 1% to make an impact on the statewide budget. There's federal concerns with conflict between the federal administration and our state administration, and how will the fires across the state impact us. So these are some unknowns. We'll know a little bit more in May, and we'll just have to see kind of as we transition from January to May to July 1. Couple positives, the Learning Recovery Block Grant, because it had been deficit funded, they don't know how much, but being able to infuse some more of those dollars into our budget next fiscal year. One caveat with that, we've had a little bit more leeway on what we can use with on the program, or how we can spend the money. It'll just be a little bit more restricted, a little bit more reporting on the district side. I mean, Jen, and I'm sorry. But we're here to help on just on that reporting aspect. There's also a student support professional development block grant, which is if it stays in the budget. There's some kind of, I don't know if you call it expectations, but there's some goals the governor would like us to spend it on, but it's fully discretionary. We can really spend it on anything we want. Both of that, which could offset, either help fund a program that needs matching dollars, or help offset just the fiscal solvency that we're facing with, deficit spending that is, unfortunately, we are deficit spending each year, and we do have a projected negative ending fund balance. So anything can help. And then, so we don't, districts don't know how much, but we'll look forward to that. There's a number of one-time initiatives, more on the kind of a categorical feel. And so as those are rolled out, the district, we might be able to do some nice things. It's just a different side of the budget. Overall, we're just anxious to get more details on, with the trailer bills that will come out in the next 2 months. And then really, we'll be focusing on our multi-year projections. Projections change as factors change. The May revise will be used to build the final 25-26 budget, and that's expected May 14th. Pressures on the budget continue to be special education, liability claims under AB 218, and that impacts a district's cost for coverage, and that, as we've talked about before, sexual abuse and misconduct, and within and how public entities have been impacted due to the elimination of certain I lost my train of thought for the words, but the statute of limitations. Okay, and then COLA, we have to remember that COLA is based on an amount per student, not your whole budget times a dollar amount. We usually have a slide, second interim, so I'll continue with that. Position control is crucial this coming year, and as we look forward, planning into the next 3 years, cabinet, we will spend a lot of time on proper position control and efficiency. We've had a lot of conversations about it. And then really more to come in March as we present our second interim financial report. And then the last page is just, I didn't put it together, but it's school services pocket budget. It's a very, very high view of the state's budget, but some good information.
Jenny, you mentioned that $5,000 difference between a possible one district and another. What's our average price per student?
About 13,000.
13,000.
And I believe, I don't want to, I want to fact check myself, but I believe that San Bernardino City was 18 and change.
And they don't have snow, in terms of maintaining their properties, they don't have the transportation costs. So,
There's mountains down there. Somewhere
and snow days?
on the map at least. I will have to say that, I think I have a more positive feeling about the governor's budget this year, even though I have concerns, than I did about the governor's budget last year.
I would say there was a more positive tone
Oh, so.
to the presentations. Yes.
It's a question for you. When you're doing, forward looking in terms of enrollment, what level of decline are you putting in? What kind of percentage decline are we using for enrollment from one year to the next? What's the assumption?
So we talked about that today, actually, because historically, except for some spikes around events, where, Old Fire, Slide Fire, not March, it was a Norton Air Force Base closing, gas prices, economic. RIM used to be able to pretty much set their watch on our decline. It was pretty, 2% mid-year, 3% over the summer. And we were just kind of stuck in that almost to the penny. And, but when we looked at it, the last 4 or 5 years, if you take post like COVID years to today, except for like 2 spikes going the opposite ways, it's been pretty flat. And there's been about a 1% plus or minus in a lot of September to June numbers. And then, of course, we do then have to account for natural matriculation of, higher graduating classes. So, if we assume everyone who's here is going to stay here, or at least cancel someone as people move, and others move up, some move down, we're going to have some natural decline with some higher grade levels leaving over the next 5 years. But what will TK and K numbers are strong. And so right now, in between that 1% and 2%, I think I made a joke and I said to our team, maybe you should buy a lottery ticket today because I feel like I'm being a little bit optimistic. So let's check my numbers. And, I usually like to make sure we're all covered. So, but, having kind of that optimistic feel on our enrollment, because that does translate into ADA. And so, but still flat to, the very immaterial plus and minuses is how I'm going to at least start building the budget.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thanks, Jenny.
We could do allow 40% more in our budget.
Oh, yeah. We'll be able to. Yeah. All right, 10.1 or 10.0 discussion action items, 10.1. Superintendent, district planning for school closure events, fiscal impacts none.
Thank you. Last PowerPoint. So hang in there, guys. Okay. The board asked me to put this item on for a discussion because we've had a lot of conversations about the public safety and power shut off going on in our community. And I wanted to put a perspective. I don't have a clicker, but next slide would be great. I only have 4 slides, so great.
Thanks, Jim.
To put it in perspective for the community about, how we make decisions about school closure. First and foremost is the health and safety of all of our students. That is our primary priority to ensure our students are safe. So you have to look at when we have power shutoffs, do we have backup power available? Or does the site have adequate daylight? We experienced a little bit of that this morning with from high school, right out of the gate. And they did a wonderful job of immediately responding to try to address that issue of getting students out of the dark into a daylight classroom with windows and to respond immediately. Also, can the site maintain fire and life safety alarms and backup monitoring for those? And that's another big factor. We don't have safety alarms that are viable, that work at schools. We put our students and our staff and their safety at risk. Do we have drinking water, functioning restrooms? Difficulty with some lighting issues that went on when we see power outages at schools. Will the school be able to serve meals? I mean, it's a big one. We discovered through the power outages that some of this, we had some spoiled foods. We had to place those immediately. And will the school be able to provide adequate supervision when students are in the dark? And also, can we maintain health and maintain support services around health and counseling for students? Next slide, please. The impact of school closure. I don't know what happened to my fonts, they kind of shrunk. Loss of instructional time is a big factor, and it's the foundation for our academic achievement. And that's a big one when we look at the impact. Working parents could suffer significant economic consequences. I heard that from a number of parents, the ability of not being able to go to work when schools shut down. Socioeconomically disadvantaged families may not have options for childcare. That was another factor I heard concerns from the community. And then students receiving free and reduced meals may not have a reliable alternative to healthy food sources. Students with IEPs may not get the needed services during school closure. And then also our most vulnerable students rely on schools to remain open. Preventative measures, things that we're trying to do to address this kind of issue of power outages. Backup generators at all schools. We currently have working backup generators at CHE, VOE, MTH, and RHS. LAE, for whatever reason, does not have a backup generator, and we're rectifying that immediately. It's going to cost for replacement or to install a generator about $180,000 plus installation costs. And we have looked at doing that within the next couple of weeks. So we just hope to keep our fingers crossed that we will have that in place. We'll be able to prepare the panel and then to place a generator on a trailer at the school site. We've identified the location and we tested the panel for that. Unfortunately, the cost has gone up from to a bigger generator we discovered we need at LAE. We also need to purchase a backup generator for Mountain High School and RVA. They have to relocate to the high school. It's a big disruption of instructional time for students. And we need to address that so we have equity for all students. Measuring funds, next steps, is to prioritize our infrastructure, particularly our electrical and backup generators in our facilities master plan. As we look at modernization, those are obviously some steps that we need to take, and it's going to take a little time for that, but immediately to address to get the backup generators in place. That is a big immediate goal for us. Long-term weather-related events, we've gone through Snowmageddon. We've also had some other issues regarding the line fire, and we need to start thinking about independent study options for students when we have those cases, an online option for students. Ed Code 46393, tonight, we're going to approve the independent study board policy, which authorizes the board to immediately implement independent study program when needed for students. So it's something we're looking at, but do we have the tools in which to do that? I think that we need to talk about that, and that's further here in this discussion. The district has purchased and issued computers to all secondary students for in-home use. That's already been accomplished. As we move towards creating an independent study model. We need to purchase elementary students for, purchase computer for elementary students for in-home use. Maybe, maybe that's a one-time dollars that we get, that we look at to cost that. That's about $500,000. It's not cheap, it's expensive, but it also gives us an opportunity to have a continuity of instruction and learning for students. And so we need to factor that in and the gains we get back from that.
Quick question
Sure.
there, yeah. It says purchase of computers. Will these be purchased or will they go through a lease program instead?
These would be purchased. We purchased the last one, so this one. And also probably replacement budget for those as well. Okay. And then let me,
And wait, also clarification on those computers would be iPads for the primary.
Chromebooks is,
Yeah, so.
Chromebooks for the upper grades, okay? And iPads for the lower grades, TK through 2, okay? And then provide professional development for teachers, all instructional staff on the Google Classroom platform. Because a lot of our staff are already using it. Many of our secondary teachers are proficient with it. We just need to continue to grow that. So as we have conditions that warrant school closure, where students cannot be present, that we can immediately go to an independent study model to consider in the future. And other things that we are already doing this is we build in emergency days on the school calendar. Many districts who go through weather conditions like we have, build those in. And then our last opportunity to address it is really the J13 waivers. And that's credit for lost attendance and instructional time.
And I'm sure you're gonna talk about this again later, Dr. Sodiano, but how do you mitigate when you have power outages, you also have internet outages. You don't have Wi-Fi, you don't have the extra resources to even communicate to students.
One of the things that is to develop contingency plans, and I think that's the next page. And really around developing a district communication on what does that contingency plan look like. We started that work when we had the line fire and really developed kind of on our webpage, grade level specific academic work for students to go online and then to continue to practice so they don't lose, they don't lose that instructional time. It doesn't have synchronous learning where you have teachers leading that, but at least gives a contingency plan for parents to get to the webpage and know where I can find that, whether it's on my phone or whatever, to have the students really work on some of those pages. Do you want to talk about that, Jim?
So we were taking a look at the instructional continuity and attendance plan, and it kind of piggybacks off of what we had in 2020 and 2021, but it expands with the new Senate bill. And so we took a template during the line fire and really started to fill in some of those gaps and some of those details, but we're continuing that collaboration process. And so something we've asked with our instructional coaches and during our GDC days is to talk with our teachers about what that would look like per grade level, bring in their collaboration and support based on being experts in their area. But then, in terms of our draft, learning continuity plan, there is essentially grade level spans with instructional resources and materials that are available. Like here's an example of the first page, right, of a PK through 3 and all of the resources that are available and even like sample lessons and activities that can be done. So it's in a draft format right now where we've been working on it. But essentially we need to have a learning continuity plan available as of July 1, 2025, if not earlier. But we're really grateful to our instructional coaches, our site admin, our teachers for collaborating, being part of this process. And the GDC, so that we can look at a tiered approach of, when you don't have power or internet, what does that look like? When you do have power and internet, but you're home for safety, on a snow day, what does that look like in implementation?
So timing and communication are key to this. And I think we've done a really good job with the communication. I think we just need to tighten up on some things that we already started on and to promote and communicate to our parents, but also, making sure that we are communicating with our parents that there are some contingency plans for them, for childcare and some of those things when these things happen. So really encouraging that communication and timing of that communication. I had a parent talk to me the other day about, why is it that you wait till, 5 o'clock in the morning in which to make the decision to close schools? And we said, we, particularly with this, the power outages, we have to assess whether schools have power or not in the morning. And so that is a process we go through. Also with weather-related events, there's communication in the morning to see can the transportation access roads for students to be picked up. That's why we wait till the morning, early morning. It's really early in the morning that we're having those conversations, but understand that trying to be timely with the communication as best you can based on the circumstances that you're dealing with. So I'm going to stop there talking, and the PowerPoint's over, guys, at this point. So we need to stop, okay? And open up for discussion with this one.
I'll start talking. One of the things that seems clear to me is, well, a couple things, is that up here on the mountain, the Southern California has definitely been suffering this past couple of weeks with the fires, and then with power outages, we're not alone with that. But in talking with Jenny and Dr. Saviano a little bit individually yesterday, learning that most school districts, most school sites don't require generators. They may be looking at it again. Right now, I'm talking about over greater Southern California. But I'm wondering whether this might be an advocacy issue that we may want to take up and going to the state and saying, we have this need. This is an educational need that is relatively unique, maybe not so much as far as, I don't know what's happening in other school districts this past couple of weeks with outages, but this is going to be a huge hit financially, and that money is going to be taken away from other areas that we sorely need. And it's very possible that up in Sacramento, they have no clue. And so both with generator and then also with connectivity issues. Again, it's something that we have, in the internet, like what you brought up. During Snowmageddon, that was one of the things that as a community we suffered with, is the Strawberry Peak relay station going down. And I know greater parts of Crestline lost the ability to connect with cell phones. So our school district is definitely getting hit by lack of connectivity as well when we hit these times. So would like to, as part of this conversation, also discuss if there's some action that we could be taking in terms of talking with our legislatures in terms of what it is that we're contending with.
I'll say, I was also curious about other districts, and was talking to our friends over in Snowline Unified, and they've been under public safety power shutoff warnings as well, but have been unaffected by outages. So that was interesting.
How were they unaffected?
They kept power.
Huh.
Power wasn't shut off. Yeah.
From what I understand, Edison has certain things attached to their power poles, and when it reaches a certain wind velocity, that's when they start to shut things down. And sometimes it's accurate, and sometimes it's not. And I think it's a flawed system as it stands right now.
They additionally take into consideration the age of the power lines running off that circuit. So that's why in a lot of recent events, you'll see power outages in parts of Running Springs, but not other parts of Running Springs. And it's because some of those power poles are 50 plus years old, and they've slowly been replacing all the power poles around the communities. So some of them have much newer infrastructure that's a lot safer.
I think it's going to be the new norm, and it's going to take place more often. But we have to also consider the alternative.
I agree with Jordana, what you're talking about with trying to get some support from the state and all. And I think that one of those thoughts might be, because you can't communicate if you don't have internet, period. And if it goes off during the middle of the night, how are you going to communicate even to let the parents know you don't have school? And I know they're trying to give us warnings and saying, okay, well, it's going to be turned off maybe for your business tomorrow, because we've had to deal with this at the coffee shop. But there's still that challenge. And, you know, during the blizzard, Verizon put up some towers, portable towers that were specifically designed to help the emergency personnel to communicate with one another. But maybe we have to look into some kind of coordination in something like that, where something might get brought in. Maybe we have to work with the cell towers or something to see if there's some coordination that could be done, which again would take some advocacy that would bring in some towers into the community so that you could communicate with parents.
It's a long-term advocacy goal. We've talked a lot about it, but it's having school facilities part of state budget and state funding and not come out of Prop $98. And the next step after that is simply making generators part of that as well. It's a long-term one.
And maybe just to address the internet from the district's perspective.
Yeah, we do have a backup generator for the internet. I can't always speak to it as eloquently as Mark could, if he was here, but being able to ensure that our servers are running at the high school, because without the high school running, then, our entire internet is down. And then I think we've all at the table just in chit chat, we're affected differently, even during this winds from, intermittent cell slowdowns personally, and spectrum working in one site and not the other. At home, I don't have power or spectrum. My daughter has no power but spectrum working, and so and they're remote workers, so they're working off of their phone's hotspots. So it's so scattered over the mountain right now, being able to address that. But I agree with the advocacy for sure, because it's taking our local dollars away to address this issue that's not as much in our control.
At home, I had no power, no Frontier, and cell wasn't even functioning properly.
And a wife who had recently been hospitalized. Well, so that's on a larger picture. I would say if anybody is willing to work with me on trying to establish some sort of a message and, strategize, it's a little bit beyond me how to get into this, but I think it's truly necessary to communicate our story, maybe first down to the county and then possibly Sacramento, but to be able to ask for help and explain what it is that we're contending with, which may not be normal for a lot of other districts.
Well, this is also the perfect thing to go to our assemblyman and to our senator, both of whom, care about us. Dr. Sevillano, I'm sure you've already started the process. I'm guessing that Mrs. Benson is already going to communicate some of this out, but I want to just encourage that to take place so that the whole family is aware of both the consideration for impact for the schools and the concerns that we have that we're looking at. So I really want to get this out to our whole family.
Yeah, we'll communicate out, our contingency plans and things that we're putting in place. But I also wanted to circle back to the generator for 1 minute for LAE. It's going to take a month to get that generator because it's from out of state.
The temporary one?
Actually the permanent one we're going to buy.
The permanent.
Well, we'll bring it to the board in February, but in the interim, we want to rent a generator for LAE. They'll bring it up right away, install it right away. So we'll have to pay the rental price as well as then the purchase. So I want to make sure the board's aware of that.
So I saw a very large generator coming up the mountain today on a trailer. Was that the experimental one for LAE?
Unfortunately, that was not for us.
Madam President, I'm happy to work with you on that advocacy, and I think taking that to the county level first, it makes a lot of sense, and going to our assembly member and state senator as well would be good steps to take as well.
Thank you.
No, I'd be glad to help with that too.
Thank you.
Is there a motion that needs to be made? I see this under action
It
items.
said motion, but do we need
It's both discussion and action items.
Discussion,
So this is a
Okay.
discussion.
And just to be able to make sure that folks, realize that this is all us wanting to try and figure out how to deal with events such as power going out, not closing any schools.
Yeah, we're not planning to have additional school closures.
Yeah.
It's snowing, we're getting winter this time though.
Yeah, now it's snowing, yeah.
Yeah, there's weather coming this weekend.
Moderation, let's go for moderation.
Things with the winter, not really.
Any more on this topic? Excellent, moving on, 10.2. Educational Services approval of the contract between Rim of the World Unified School District and the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools for the Tomorrow's Readiness Starts Today, also known as TRST, pilot project, fiscal impact, $250,000 annually for 3 years. Budget source, San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, 0 to 5 initiative. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Bill,
Second.
Scott, any discussion?
Very excited for this.
I don't think Ms. Whiteside's done enough work on it to really warrant us going forward.
I wish to express my appreciation to Mrs. Whiteside for having the relationships established to create this opportunity. And I know it's a heck of a lot of work, and thank you so much.
I do appreciate you. I'm being facetious because I see a ton of work that you've already done for this. But it is exciting that the county is looking to us to be that project, for them. So that's neat. Maybe there will be a presentation we're gonna have to make at CSBA about this someday.
Calling for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 10.3, Business Services, discussion and review of Citizens Oversight Committee application and bylaws for Measure E, fiscal impact, none. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Seconded.
We have some information just before.
So,
Sorry.
so should we make the motion then discuss it or
Yes,
discuss it? Okay, yeah, so we have the packet to discuss. So I have Bill making the motion. Do I have a second? So Jordan, and then let's move on to discussion at this point.
Okay. So, I gave each of you a packet, and I have extras if anyone wants to, read along too. It's thrilling stuff. But it is thrilling stuff because it means that we have Measure E and that we're, moving forward. So, quick, just kind of down and dirty memo attached. And Shiloh explained it, she touched on it a little bit when she presented the audit. So, our next steps is to either revise Measure W's Citizens Oversight Committee bylaws to make it a joint Measure W, Measure E committee, and move forward with calling for more members, having an application process, and adopting a resolution to certify the election. Or we can keep Measure W bylaws the same. We do need one wrap-up meeting. Okay, it would be disbanded at that time. There's another set of bylaws. Literally, there's just a couple words that are tweaked between the two. Having a separate Measure E Citizens Oversight Committee. Members of the current Oversight Committee that wish to apply can. If we do a joint meeting, they don't have to apply again, but they could apply if they want to. We would again call for more members because we only have 3 remaining who can, and that would be a quorum. I'd have to have all 3 of them. And then we would, depending on timing, the plan would be to, in February, adopt the bylaws. Because this is discussion, we'll agendize it, adopt the bylaws, we'll call for new members. We'll work on that depending on the timing, because there's a short time frame between the February and the March meetings. Then we would either in March or April bring the applications, and the board would adopt and approve the candidates based on their application. We would, and then certify the election, because we have to have a committee of Citizens Oversight Committee within that 60 days of certifying the election. Now, we would be doing some of those on the same board meeting, but 60 days can go very fast. So you don't want to, the recommendation from legal counsel is to have your committee intact and kind of ready to approve and then certify the election. So it would be between now, the February meeting, calling for members, approving the bylaws and the application. And then, best case scenario, we would be able to jump on it out of March, but there's no statutory deadline. We would, the March or April 1 disband and start a new bylaws. It's probably one extra meeting on our plates if we don't have a joint committee, but which is doable. I mean, that's not a reason to choose one way or the other, depending on what you want. So it's common, but it's literally what the board wishes.
So just to clarify, you do have the committee was 5 members, so you do have a quorum with the 3. And you're in touch with them. So that isn't a concern in terms of having a quorum from Measure W.
In all honesty, this is, where you have one that is going through, we're all going through health issues at different times, but I would be able to hold the meeting during Zoom, and I feel confident that we'd be able to make a date happen.
Okay.
So I'm hearing you say that, but basically if you did a clean break, that it basically would take one more meeting. That otherwise, it's not going to take that much more. It just seems to me a clean break is better, but that's my
Really
opinion.
effective. Yeah.
I would
Support.
I would think that a joint would be better because there would be less meetings and we don't know what's going to happen with snow and wind and everything else.
So since Cindy is not here, it was something when we were doing our agenda setting meeting, it was something that she had mentioned that based on her experience in the past with the preceding, there was Measure W and I don't know what the measure was before that as far as the bond, that there was when she had come onto the board, there was some messiness in terms of some community members concerned with funding, with how the bonds were handled. So I know it was her preference and she's not here to vote and doesn't really have a voice, but to keep it clean might end up saving us a headache in the future is what she had mentioned. Just that if it's possible for us not to have a clean break, it could end up making things less complicated in the future. So to have a clean break, to have that additional meeting for that Measure W committee, and then be able to have a new committee formed, possibly with some of the same members, depending on how that forms, so that Measure E and Measure W are separated.
And all those meetings, there's no problem with doing a Zoom or.
To be honest, I need to, Measure W, we were able to do the Zoom. I'll have to I knew it, this is a different attorney, than David. It's one of his associates, but it will, follow the Brown Act. So there might need to be an agenda item on the next meeting authorizing, virtual meetings.
Which maybe we can do that February 6th for the workshop if that helps.
The committee to authorize.
Okay.
It is at least in this one, it says the meeting shall be held within the boundaries of the Rimmel Unified School District. That's all it says about location.
That might be why we were able to do Zoom.
I also am curious because it says the committee shall consist of at least 7 members. So do we have concerns that we'll be able to maintain 7 members?
Yeah, I have to be honest, when I started to be more involved in our Citizen Oversight Committee, I think our goal was that you have usually around 9. By the time each year passes, it becomes harder and harder to maintain a committee. And I think in the beginnings, when there was a lot of dollars and the bonds are first sold, there's excitement around it, and you maintain a pretty active committee. As when there's $40 left.
$40.
When we spent $4,500 last year, I think 16,000 the year before. People are like, okay, I think I've done my time. And emails, correspondence, people have moved. So I think when you're wrapping up and not spending dollars anymore, that people have just said, okay, this is ceremonial because you have to check a box, and that's all we're here for. So that's really been the last 3 years. And so but I think in the beginning, there's a lot of interest because you're talking projects and they want to share with the board their opinion and why this project and not that project. And so I don't see in the next 5-10 years having a problem maintaining a committee, because there'll be excitement and maybe even some, different opinions around how we're spending the dollars. It's when you're winding down, it's
That might be the other sticky bit of it here, because it says that members can serve no more than 3 consecutive terms. So if you start out with enthusiasm and they stick around for 6 years, will that enthusiasm still be there when we need to switch out all those folks?
I think we're going to have to make, and I think times are different. Our communication styles are different. We have things like Parent Square. We have websites. I mean, there wasn't information readily available on our website when, especially when 27 years ago when I started, but about 10 years ago when I got more involved in this. So I think that being on top of, as we lose a member, someone moves away, someone says it's not for me, or I've had a child, being very proactive on recruitment. And I was looking around at some of the other districts' current COCs. And I think with having a very tech savvy staff member that can help, what's on websites now that we didn't have, and keeping that momentum and that knowledge, I think I see that it's going to be a little bit different. It's not as much of a stale. I don't know how to say it, but there'll be pictures, and we can do site walks, and we can have, like we did on that. I think when we brought CPM in and we did the last round of Measure W modernization, I think that project had a lot more excitement around it than other projects did, and kind of using that as an example of just how I see it, at least in the next 10 years. Not having that lull. And then we also had, we also had that huge gap where we had, we're waiting for state money. So where we couldn't do anything because we were waiting for that state match. So, but we're not going to see that. And, for $50 million worth of projects down the road. So I think that kind of caused some just an excitement.
Do we have a bona fide taxpayers association up here? That says we have to have a member of a bona fide taxpayers association.
Do they have to be in our community? I guess why would they be interested otherwise?
Jordan, Google it.
So in terms of what you need from us tonight, you're looking for direction in
Probably a
terms of.
nod on, let's do a joint committee, or because we would bring the item back for action next.
So clarification from us in terms of continuing on and combining Measure W and Measure E committees versus having a clean break.
Because I could also, then some of these questions, like the bona fide tax committee, before we bring the item for adoption, I could get clarification with our bond counsel.
Okay, terrific. So
it was part of our ballot language, so we gotta make it work. We gotta make it work.
having a tax.
Yeah, I thought it was part of the.
Okay.
Yeah.
That will be something offline,
that be,
outside of the meeting that
yeah,
will
we'll
have
have
to
to-
be, discussed and determined.
I mean, is that a Rotary, is that senior citizens committee, is that advocacy?
It's beyond my pay grade to
Yeah.
know. It's beyond-
Well, I'll have to find out. too.
We'll provide clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how will we go about recruiting members? Will board members give you names? Will we seek
That's
names
already
from
started.
the?
Several names that people are giving me, that people are reaching out on their own.
So if anybody is interested in being on the Measure E, COC, they should contact, Jenny. And if you know of anybody, you can, suggest that they contact Jenny.
And it'll be, part of the agenda, is my understanding, is that in February, we'll do a call for members when you adopt the bylaws in that language. So, I mean, that'll be, I think, part of the wording when we, bring it for approval.
And the process, so people apply, and who is making that selection?
The board.
The
will,
board makes the
On
appointments.
recommendation from staff.
Okay.
Well, I still recommend a clean break.
Okay, and so, any other thoughts in terms of clean break as opposed to, combining the two committees?
I like the clean break just for record keeping purposes, but I recognize that that's one more meeting.
Okay. And so we have the motion, but the motion is more so for the review, discussion and review. So I would, Bill, you were the, you made the motion. So, I'm thinking that as a group at this point, we're leaning towards having a clean break, but we have an opportunity to vote. We would need to have a motion to be able to vote on. So could you modify your
So do you want
motion?
me to amend my motion, or do you
I
want
would-
to remove it?
How about you amend your motion to
I'd
have
like
it
to amend my motion to include a clean break of the two committees.
so that Measure E's committee will be a completely separate,
New
committee.
committee.
So, Jordan, you were the second.
I'll second that.
Okay, in that case, what we are doing now is, voting on, having a committee that is separate. And so we're voting on the motion to have a separation from Measure W moving forward to Measure E as far as the oversight committees. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So that passes unanimously. So you have that direction.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. Jenny, I don't know that it's gonna take us a couple of months. I don't know, we have to wait and say we're gonna approve the election, but we're at the same meeting gonna approve the committee. I don't think you have to wait like that.
We don't have to, it's just was recommended in case something happens that you don't get pressed up against your 60 days. Oh, did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
But
I don't know if they
think
did, but.
Yeah,
Okay.
you too.
it's just a very strong caution from our legal counsel that be aware of that 60-day rules and don't get caught where you wouldn't be able to have a meeting to be in compliance.
Okay.
So
You okay with me moving on? And Senator, do you have any other questions? Okay, so I'm going to move on to 10.4, business services, approval to accept and sign the bid from Dan Lyman Construction, Inc. for the lock replacement project at Rim High School, fiscal impact $211,311.00. Budget source, citizens option for public safety program. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Jordan,
Second.
and I got a second from Scott. Discussion.
What an exciting agenda item. Genuine. It's been a long time, right?
Oh, yeah.
But Dr. Saviano, clarify for me, what is the citizens option for public safety programs? COPS?
this is the COPS grant that we actually started working on about 3 years ago with Schneider Electric. Yeah.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
good, thank you.
Any other discussion? So on the vote, all in favor? All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. 10.5, business services, approval of resolution 24/25-11 regarding accounting of development fees for the 2023/2024 school year. Fiscal impact none. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Bill,
Second.
Jordan, discussion. Can you call for the vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to 11.0, public hearing. You read this blurb from 11.1. Public hearings are required on specific items such as the local control accountability plan and budgets. Persons who wish to address the governing board on a matter set for a public hearing must complete a speaker's form and submit it to the executive secretary to the superintendent before the meeting is called to order. Once the board president opens the public hearing, individual speakers are then permitted up to 5 minutes to support, oppose, or otherwise offer an opinion on the issue. The board limits the total time for public input to 20 minutes. When public input has concluded, the board president will close the public hearing. Decorum. The governing board is interested in the ideas and opinions of the stakeholders and endeavors to incorporate community views into its deliberations and decisions. At the same time, it must be able to conduct its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code Section 54957.9, audience members may not disrupt, I'm saying that in the wrong order, let me correct that. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. Open meeting laws do not confer a privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law. The public's understanding and cooperation are appreciated. 11.2, Superintendent, consideration and approval of the first reading of the Board Policy 6158-independent study. Board policy was submitted for revisions by CSBA and reviewed by the administration. Fiscal impact none. So you see here 11.2a, call public hearing to order. Do I have a motion? I think it shows this here. I don't think so. I think I just gavelled it.
I think you just. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and call this public hearing to order. Let's double check. Okay,
Yeah.
You have any?
wait, we do have to motion. Okay, so do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Jordan,
Second.
Bill. Were there any, it would have to have happened before we gavelled in to begin with. Do we have any public comments?
Independent study. I want to thank Tori Burke for her work.
So you can call for a vote on that.
Sure, go ahead and have, okay. So for opening up the order, okay, so calling for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Okay, it's unanimous, passes. Dr. Saviano, if you could please fill us in.
Yes, this updated independent study was to update all our forms, procedures. That has all been done to be able to collect, funding for independent study. Must have a board policy that aligns with those updates. And so want to thank Tori Burke for her work on this to ensure that we have policies, procedures, and forms that will meet that requirement.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Is that Scott? Everybody calling for a vote? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed. 12.0 consent calendar. Do I have any? So just note that 12.6 has already been from what was from before closed session. That's already been deleted from this agenda. So are there any items that anybody would like to pull? You good? Okay. Well then, I'd like a motion for the following items: 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 12.12, and 12.13.
So moved.
Scott?
Second.
Bill? Any discussion? And do I have to list all the items again with calling for the vote? No, okay. Let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Still skipping 13 because no items were removed. 14.0, governance team future agenda items planning. 14.1, time allotted for the Board of Trustees to request agenda items for future meetings. Do we have any?
Madam President, Board Bylaw 9323 states that no meeting shall extend beyond 10:30 p.m. unless otherwise voted on. Perhaps it's time to revisit that because I think that's too late.
As I stumble through my words, I think that there might be worth something for us to discuss at another meeting. So let's add that. So we will have for a future agenda item discussing the time, the ending time for our bylaws as far as when meetings end. Any others?
That worthwhile.
Okay. I think that's a good discussion to have. Any others? I would like to add one. We had in part of our personnel page, a stipend for the gate coordinator position. And we have various gate coordinator positions around the district. I would love to get a presentation on our gate program and find out for this past this current school year, what exactly has been happening with GATE. So if we can get an update for that, not in general about the GATE program, but more specifically being able to have just a presentation on what we can celebrate as far as what's happening in GATE.
I thought that was on our board calendar already.
That's the general overview of the GATE program. It's like if maybe some of the GATE kids or some way of being able to celebrate, like specific things that are happening as opposed to the general overview. Unless it makes sense to do otherwise, or maybe we can get, I'm okay with it being a part of our weekly update, but to get a more specific information on what's happening.
We'll provide follow-up to the board on that item. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
And I just want to remind us that we are going to have some kind of reporting input on a Section 115 trust fund.
That'll be February 6th, board workshop. Agenda item.
Speaking of, are there any other future agenda items anybody would like to have? Okay. 15.0, future meeting dates, regular board meeting. We have a regular board workshop meeting, February 6th, 2025, 4 p.m. here at 24740 San Moritz Way, Crestline, California, 92325. It's the only one that's listed here. We do not need to go back to closed session. So 17.0 adjournment. 17.1, can I have a motion to end the meeting at 9:40 p.m.?
You have a motion already?
No, can I?
Oh, I so moved. Second.
Bill and Scott, let's go ahead and vote on this puppy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Meeting is